Welcome, friends. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry, it's red. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back. It's a little extra Tuesday stream. How's everyone doing today? We've got No Thing. We've got Bradley, Lindsay, Darren, Rin, Heather, and I'm scrolling down. Tetra and Bonnie. Hello, friends. Welcome. I hope you're all having a good week so far. Hope you had a great weekend. Lord Nargle, also welcome. You were confused. Sorry to confuse you. So something happened on Thursday. I bought and played this game on stream, and then I was like, had very low expectations, like on the floor low. And then something happened. I think I was having fun, and then I kept wanting to like go back and finish this game, and I was like, well, then I might as well finish it on stream, right? I might as well. So like that was the little mental internal struggle I was having. So that's, let me just scooch the chat. There we go. So that's what we're doing today, if you couldn't tell. So yeah, I think I was enjoying the video game. It was so strange. It was so strange. Good to see you again. We hope you enjoy your time with Nintendo Switch 2. Welcome to... Oops, I was over here. Thing is, like, I booted the game up to, like, poke around a little more, and then I was like, I think I want to just stream this. that was the full thing. Anyways, so yeah, here we are. Whoop! On our giant Switch 2. Now, a should have been free game. I mean, I stand by that. I still think it should have been free. I stand by that. We also have percentage completions here, and I think in part it's because, like, oh, we didn't, like, on the, this one I didn't get all the medals yet, for example, on both these things. But what I want to start with, I think, I don't know if we're gonna go for full completion. We got all the stamps, right? We've tried all the games, we just didn't necessarily get a medal on every level of it. Right. The back, the dock. We didn't finish everything there, and we did not finish everything on the camera. Now, here's something I'll tell you guys. A lot of people are like complaining, and I have mixed feelings about it. So a lot of people are like, oh, you can't complete this game unless you buy all these accessories. And that's annoying. And from that standpoint, fully, I get that. But then when you think about the context of this game is designed to show you how that accessory works, well, of course you can't do it without the accessory, right? So they're like, here's a game to show you how the camera works. Yeah, of course, if you don't have the camera, what's the point? So there's a bit of push and pull there in my head. Lord Narg, I was watching one of Zelda Master streams last night, and he was going through Zelda notes, and one of them was so funny I had to post a clip of it. Hey, Zelda notes, so I started a new playthrough of Breath of the Wild, and because originally I was like, you know what, I just want to look at the intro where you walk out onto the plateau in 4K. I just want to like look at that. And then I was like, oh, well, while I'm here, I might as well just like check out this Zelda Notes thing to voice memories. And I was like, well, I've just started a new save file to see that intro cutscene, so maybe I should just keep going with that. And then 15 hours in, I'm like, oh no. So Tetra is going for a walk. All right, we'll see you soon, Tetra. We'll see you soon. I'm divided on content wise though. I think part of me is thinking I might just do a stream where I boot up my old save file and just grab all of the notes, the voice memories. But part of me also thinks I might want to start a new save file and stream the game from the top. Or I could do both. I could do I could do that first option and then go from the top again. I don't know. Let me know what you would rather. Both is always an option. So there's that. Also, Crinkly Onion, hello, welcome back. Officer Dibble, good evening. I'm glad you're playing it because you don't want to pay for it. That's fair. That was the idea here. Anyway, so I should mention regarding the camera. GVG did some tests, including using exactly this Logitech camera that I have. And as it turns out, you do not need the Nintendo Switch 2 branded camera because the Switch 2 will recognize any USB camera. So I don't know if this is gonna work, but I'm gonna try it out with this old Logitech camera. I haven't tested it yet. We'll try it out. But actually, you know what? Let's try something real quick. Hold on real quick. Let's just, let's plug it in now and see what happens. Let's see, because I think they ran a bunch of tests with Game Chat to see a bunch of different cameras. I'm just gonna plug this into the dock here. Oh, look, hold on, actually, you couldn't see that, but, whoa, it did, when I plugged it in, hold on, let me do it again. I moved myself here so that I can... Camera disconnected. Camera connected. Nintendo can spawn you with any cam... They're not gonna... Your phones already do that. Anyway. Camera connected. We got a little thing come up. Also, the Nintendo camera does come with a shutter, so you can do that. Okay. Now, I don't know how... I've got this now plugged in. I don't know how well it's gonna work. This is my old streaming camera. It's actually not that great of a camera, to be honest with you, but I'm just gonna set it down here, kind of just down on my little shelf here. You can also unplug it. There's that too. There is that too. Bradley says, I'm blown away by how nice the Nintendo camera actually is. It is a full 1080p camera. it does seem to be of good quality, so there is that. Maybe I shouldn't have gone right to the top. Here's where there's a quiz. Okay, I was like, wait, I'm not hearing any sound. It's just that the game is quiet. Just pop in to say thank you for bearing this cross for us. Hey, LBG. Thank you so much for popping in, man. Great to see you. Great to see you. Also, if you guys don't know, LBG is a great... Lil Bean Green is a great YouTube channel. Just put a wonderful Wind Waker video. I really enjoyed it, man. Really, really enjoyed it. Man, I also appreciate how... I'm going to use the word concise your writing style is, because I don't know how to do that. I don't know how. Let's test this out. You found at least 13 minutes. We have. We have. Also, Tossing Turnips. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat. This minigame uses HD Rumble 2 and mouse control. Oh, okay. So I have the Pro Controller today. I did not last week. But I guess we gotta grab that. Mouse controls. Okay. Actually, can we just... I have to turn this off. There we go. Let me just slip these things on here. Da-da-da-da. HD Rumble 2 feature can create complex vibrations. Play the game holding down a button and moving the mouse over invisible shapes. As you move over the shape, the mouse will respond subtly, making it feel like you're really touching them. Wow. And then no games will use it. Okay. Your goal is to guess the shape using only your sense of touch. Alright, let's try it out, I guess. Feel the shape. Various shapes. Okay, well, we've got our mouse thing. I will say the mouse feels really good. It does work really well. Oh wait, ooh. And you're not gonna... I guess it's a circle. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I was reading the chat, but then I was like, oh, there's a timer on this thing. Diamond, okay. Oh, wrong. Okay, well, we'll try that again, I guess. Oops. So that's a triangle, okay. That was fully just like me being... I want to say that's a diamond as well. No! Alright, this is what happens when you rush it. I just felt half of it, and I was like, yeah, I'm confident. As it turns out, this is a me problem. Once again, triangle, okay. Also, I have my window fully open today because it's hot. So if there's additional background noise or anything, I apologize for that. But also, I need to not die. I'm thinking this one's the heart. Yeah, okay. And that one. Okay, alright. No central AC. It's actually very uncommon for places here to have central AC. It's not common at all. And also that my house was built in the 70s, so there is that. It's an old building. Maybe it's the star. No, it's got the flat bottom. Yeah, alright. Oh, there's so many options. Yo, this is weird. I want to say diamond. Yeah, alright. 60 seconds? Who's doing that? Alright, well. Who's doing that? Oh my goodness. I guess I could try again. part 2 is now available. Okay, well, let's try this. Let's try this again. Just have a little. A little sippy. Okay. Okay, triangle. Ah! My god, I'm bad at this, huh? Is it just the same every time? Nope. They trolled me. Okay. Yeah, so triangle. See, they're trolling me. I swear. It felt like the tip was on the top. You know what the problem is? Let's see, hold on. Triangle. The first one seems to always be triangle. Okay. Does it have the flat bottom? No, so it's a star. I want to say diamond. It's an X! Literally, that's the opposite of a diamond. If you think about it. If you think about it. In a way. Okay, so the first one's not always a triangle. You just gotta feel if it's got a flat bottom. Which I swear that felt like it did. Here's the problem. Is like, they gave me a time limit, and now I'm like, I have to beat this time limit. And I keep rushing instead of actually feeling it properly. Ten seconds wasted on that one. How am I so bad at this? Why am I so bad at this? So that feels diamond to me. I felt the top, I swear. Oh my gosh. There are a lack of cylindrical shapes, that's true too. You just have to stroke the bottom. I want to say it's the heart, yeah, okay. Okay. Flat bottom. This one is gonna confuse me. Could be the diamond again. It's the heart? Oh my god. I was just feeling like the bottom's like pointed. This game is trolling me. We got a flat bottom. No, we don't! We literally don't. Listen, I will keep just saying things. They're trolling me so hard. Maybe this is my... They're playing mind games with me. I'm like, okay, okay, no, I feel it. I feel it. I'm so... This one's for sure triangle. Okay. I'm positive it's a diamond. Okay. think that's the X. Okay. Okay. Now this one. I have no idea. Maybe a star? Oh my god! I was like, I guess I kept feeling the corners of this and being like, yeah, that's a star. Okay. Okay. That's the X. Okay. I want to say it's a star. These two, I cannot tell apart. I swear to God. I have such a hard time telling these apart. I don't know what it is. Circle. Okay. Mm-hmm. That's the X, okay. Okay. Feels like a pointed top. Maybe it's just the triangle. No, wait. I'm gonna say triangle. Oh, thank God. They gave me an easy one at the end. They felt pity. They felt pity. They felt pity. Alright. Anyways. Also, Heather said, enjoying dungeon design compilations, currently doing Skyward Sword. Very nice. Very nice. I hope you're enjoying it. Or, I mean, I'm glad you're enjoying it. You literally said you were, but I'm glad you are. Okay. Well, we got both those medals. Now, do I want to bother with this one? No. I think I want to try out whatever this thing is. Daddy. Hee hee. Daddy. Your face is so funny. Do it again. No. Okay. Don't tell me I can read it on your face. You're mighty confident in your own facial expressions. I bring that up because this minigame is all about making faces at the camera. Is there a camera connected to your Nintendo Switch 2 console? It'll be able to recognize your face. You'll have to move your whole face. Eyes, eyebrows, mouth, neck, the whole shebang. Look at the face shown on screen and try to imitate it as close as possible. Okay, let's try it out. Alright. I thought the game was calling you daddy for the... Can you imagine? This exhibit requires a clear view of your face. Okay, maybe I need to adjust the camera here. Oh, not bump the microphone, but let's adjust it here. Let us adjust, okay? Make sure the room is well lit and that the camera is close to and centered with the screen. It's definitely not centered. Okay. Garbage truck is outside. All right. This is... Okay. This is not a flattering angle. You know what I could do, actually? This camera... hold on. Hold the phone. Background noise. I know. So sorry. There is a garbage truck. I can... This camera comes with, like, a little clipping thing. Oh, don't mind Tingle up there. Don't mind Tingle. I can clip this right to my TV. There we are. Okay. Now. Move your face closer. Okay. So this is not as good quality as the actual Switch 2 camera, but it works. And I can zoom. Oh. Okay, well, maybe I should take my... I don't know if this will be better. Stop. You're moving. Oh, okay. Great. Well, let's just center that bad boy. Is Tingle's ass constantly hanging overhead? At all times, yes. At all times. Okay. Great, let's start. The background... I'm so sorry about the background noise here. Copy! The facial expression. Okay. I'm overdoing it. I don't know. I always thought... So this is... They said you can be an emoji VTuber. That's the one, if you wanted to. Let's I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to do this any better. I feel like I'm leaning correct. But I can't, the thing is it wants me to look up. So I can't, you know, see if it's telling me that I'm doing good. Okay, now. Maybe if I... Am I? My eyeballs are betraying me. It's true. Do my glasses make a difference? Seems not. I'm looking too far upwards. I don't think my eyes know how to sit still. I don't... The thing is, How good is this face tracking? Not very. Not very. Let me restart this. Hold on. Oh. This is content. I felt like that was pretty good. It says, oh, I have to hit A? I thought it would do it automatically. Thanks, Lindsay. Thanks for that. Thanks. All right. No nose, though. Definitely smiling with teeth. No, it closed my mouth. Too much mouth closed. Too much mouth closed. Oh, I didn't mind too much, though. Except the angle. I mean... Great. Challenge 4. Copy the face. Okay, my eyebrows... Not quite up enough. Oh well. Sure. That truck is loud. Okay. Let me just shut the window. That truck is loud. Okay. I can't puff my cheeks more than that, so if you don't recognize that, that's on you. Camera, software. Okay. We're just gonna go with that. Only one cheek looks puffed to me. Oh, I should have pulled him, yeah. But then I can't press A! Total. Alright. Okay, now that I know that I can just press the button. Let's try it again. We'll just be trying to be a little quicker with it. I mean, these are good looking points. There we go. Liam's got to go now. All right, we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, Liam. It's like a little scandalous. Just looking slightly the wrong way. Oh, my eyebrows. My eyebrows betrayed me. Wonderful, because you look bonita. Anyways. Okay. Bonita, I don't know. Things, okay? Yeah, I felt like that one was pretty good. Amazing. I do not feel bonita. Bonito is a fish. That's what I fed my cat for breakfast this morning. So I don't know. That's probably where that came from in my head. Oh my! I swear I squinted. This is gonna be the one that kills my score, isn't it? Oh no. Oh, well, no, I got the 400. I swear I squinted. Oh, well, we got the points. Great. Back now. Thank you. And now it's gonna say, is there a part 2 to this? I don't feel like I want to do another one. Hey, spot on. Except for that last one. Copying faces must be like second nature to you. You wouldn't believe it. Okay, let's take a look at this quiz thing. You can learn more about the Nintendo Switch 2 camera here. You'll learn how easy it is to use the camera's ring slider, info about past Nintendo cameras, and more. Let's get started. Okay, we gotta read. We gotta do our reading. Oh my god, there's so many. Why is there 5? A movable camera head. It's good to be able to move head. The Nintendo Switch 2 camera has a movable head. It can be tilted up and down. More precisely, you can tilt it down about 10 degrees or up about 25 degrees from its initial position. Its position. With this range of motion, even if you place the camera somewhere high up or down low, you should still be able to center it on what you want to capture. Also, to keep the head at the angle you adjust it to, we sandwiched silicone rubber between the inner parts. The camera can be tilted downward about 10 degrees or upward about 25 degrees. Boopity-boop-boom. One benefit of the Nintendo Switch 2 camera is that it can capture a fairly wide angle. To get a little technical, the field of view is 110 degrees. That's nearly twice what the Nintendo 3DS camera could capture. Thanks to this wide angle, the camera can capture your whole face when you play in handheld mode. In tabletop mode, it makes it easier to capture two people playing side by side. And in TV mode, the camera can even capture a player who's standing. It's also easier to fit multiple people sitting around a room within the field of view. If the angle seems a little wide, you can zoom in when using Game Chat to narrow the field of view. Nintendo Switch 2 camera can capture a wide angle having a 110 degree field of view. The wide angle makes it easier to use the camera in any mode. Why didn't they give us this info before? You could. I just didn't go up to the thing before doing the game. That was really on me. But yes, it's also that Lindsay. What Lindsay said, sorry, is that I am not actually using the Nintendo camera. The Switch 2, to its benefit, or to its credit, you can plug in pretty much any camera into it. And I just had an old Logitech webcam lying around that I bought in like 2017 or something. And that worked. That worked pretty nicely. Okay, preventing distortion. As you may already know, the Nintendo Switch 2 camera can capture a wide angle. However, if we didn't take any extra measures, the camera could run into a problem. The images would begin to distort around the edges, like a fisheye lens. To address this, we designed the lens so that people near the edge of the frame aren't distorted. While this means that the spot directly in front of the lens will come out slightly distorted, it reduces the chance of people looking distorted. Without additional measures, a wide-angle camera will produce images with distorted edges. The Nintendo Switch 2 camera is designed so that people won't appear distorted. Great. The privacy shutter of the Nintendo Switch 2 camera can close over the camera if you use its slider. When the shutter is closed, the camera won't be able to capture anything. So if you're ever concerned about privacy, you can simply close the shutter. When the shutter is closed, the lens will be covered with a white lid, so you can tell at a glance that the camera can't see you. You can also check the LED to the left of the lens. If the LED is on, the camera is on. If it's off, the camera is off. But that's not all. To prevent the shutter from only closing halfway, we used a torsion spring so that it either opens or closes fully. It will feel like it's being pulled open or pushed closed. One more thing. When you close the shutter, an image is sent to the Nintendo Switch 2 console to indicate that nothing is being captured. Okay, to summarize, you can close the shutter if you're concerned about privacy. As the lid opens and closes, it will feel like it's being pulled open or shut. Cool, very cool. Trace back through Nintendo's history, and you'll find that Nintendo has made it possible for players to play games using cameras for some time. The Game Boy camera lets you play with pictures you take of your face. You can aim the Wii Remote's pointer lens at the TV screen. The Nintendo DSi system lets you calculate how similar two people's faces look. Nintendo 3DS and AR cards let you play with things that don't physically exist in the real world. The Wii U gamepad lets you see the face of other players. You can build functional controllers out of cardboard using the IR motion camera on the Nintendo Switch Joy-Con, the right one at least. With Marion Kart Live Home Circuit, you can turn your home into a racer. Oh my gosh, yes, okay, yeah. It's not just about taking pictures. It's about having fun. Thanks for that. Nintendo has been making games that can be played with use of a camera for a long time. Okay. Great. That's lovely. Thank you. Let's do the quiz. You can also just like that's also true, right? Yeah. Okay. Question number 1. Which directions? Up and down. Roughly how large is the Nintendo Switch cameras? I think it was, what, 110? That sounds right to me. If I already forgot, this would be kind of embarrassing, wouldn't it? The lens of the Switch 2 camera has been designed to make which part of it harder to distort? No edging here. I mean, the edges of the camera. What must you do to cover up the lens? Pull the turn the slider. Thank you. And then that shutter will close. Great. Which of the following has been a way you can use a camera to play? All of the above. Technically. Ta-ding. Great. Cool. Righty, righty. All righty. Wondering if I should do this thing. Okay, we're gonna try this as if I didn't struggle enough the first time. In part 1, you had to choose between different shapes. Part 2 will have you guess letters of the alphabet. Oh, good lord. Okay. Let's try it out. I'm ready to struggle the alphabet. Okay. Have my, let's put the wrist strap on. Let's put it on. Guess the shape by how it feels. I'm gonna say it's a B. I'm so bad at this! Okay. It's fine. It feels like there's a straight... Wait. Maybe it's the A again. Yeah, okay, because... That's an H. Yeah, okay, alright. Ah! Okay, F and P are pretty similar though, right? Alright, A. I wonder if it's the same. It's not. Okay. I want to say K. Yeah, okay. Three things. So it's B. Okay. Wait. Wait. This is hard. Oh my goodness. Maybe it's just the A. Oh my god. Okay. That's B for sure. Wait. I think it's N. Yeah, okay. That's P. Okay. There's three thingies. I want to say it's a Z then. Okay. This could be A. Because there's like one bump, there's nothing, and then there's another vibration here. I want to say it's... Oh, it could be the P. I'm gonna say P. Yeah, okay, okay, okay. Okay, I just barely squeaked in there. Wow, okay. Well, I'm not doing that again. We got the medals. Anyways, Stefan, how are you doing, my friend? It was Charlie's 6th birthday last week. Happy belated birthday to Charlie. Seriously, no way. You know what, kid? Shush your face. Okay. Okay, there was something up here too, right? It's not just a game. I think there's just a quiz up here. I think it's just a quiz, yeah. Okay, what is a camera? Why is a camera of a stand? It's so you can stand it. Okay, let's let's read about this. An easy and versatile camera. Here's the Nintendo Switch 2 camera. It's been specially designed for the Nintendo Switch 2. So whether you're playing in TV mode, in tabletop mode, or handheld mode, should be pretty easy to use. If the camera is connected via the console's upper USB-C type connector, you can change play modes without even having to disconnect it. The Nintendo Switch 2 camera is designed to be able to be easy to play no matter the mode you're playing in. Okay, makes sense. There's secrets that might hurt my feelings. Alright, well, since I finished that minigame, I'm assuming it's about that. Then sure. Sure. I'll allow this one time, Lindsay. Only because I'm, for some reason, hungry to have my feelings hurt. Also, Charlotte, welcome. If you want to use a camera with Nintendo Switch 2, it does not have to be the specific Nintendo Switch 2 camera. Nintendo Switch 2 is compatible with other USB cameras. So, if you happen to own a USB camera, you may be able to use it if you connect it to the Nintendo Switch 2 console. However, it really depends on the USB camera itself. If you're not sure, you can select Test USB Camera within the system settings, which can be accessed from the home menu. Then try connecting your USB camera. But of course, Nintendo Switch 2 camera will be sure to work with Nintendo Switch 2. Some USB cameras are compatible. The Nintendo Switch 2 camera is designed to be fully compatible. So actually, because we do have one plugged in here. I wonder. I guess it'd be under accessories, right? Probably. It's my wow. Can you believe I used to stream and podcast with this thing? There we go. It works. It's not a good camera. It was fine when I first bought it. I think it was fine for that. There you go. Okay. There are usually 3 medals in each minigame. Yeah, you're right. That does hurt my feelings. Will I go for 100% completion? Probably not. We'll see. We'll see. One thing you'll have noticed about the Nintendo Switch, there actually are a few that have gotten 3 in, actually, come to think of it. So, that's a good point. That's a good point. One thing you'll have noticed about the Nintendo Switch 2 camera is that it comes with a stand. Who would have thunk it? It's a handy thing. You can use it to quickly position the camera for use in any mode, whether it's TV mode, tabletop mode, or handheld mode. However, I feel like having this big unwieldy thing, like this camera plugged in while you're playing it handheld, that like feels, I don't know, counterintuitive to me, I guess? Like, I don't know. That's just my thought. Anyways, it won't move or fall over easily and has been designed to help the camera capture a clear image no matter where you place it. But that's not all. If you've ever used a camera that if you've ever used a camera that captures your face from below, perhaps the resulting picture wasn't very flattering. But with the Nintendo Switch 2 camera, its tall stand means you won't have to worry as much about it being too low. You can also position the camera however you want in order to achieve the optimal angle. Finally, there's one more benefit to the stand's height. It's tall enough that you can place the camera behind the Nintendo Switch 2 dock and still get a good view. The camera stand lets you easily place it regardless of the mode you're playing in. The stand allows faces to be captured at more preferable angles. They're appealing to my vanity here. The Nintendo Switch 2 camera was designed with brightness in mind, unlike my old Logitech camera, which was definitely not. Definitely wasn't. We wanted it to be able to capture people's faces brightly and clearly. First, the camera detects where your face is. Then it brightens the image to bring out your face, even if the background becomes too bright in the process. The camera prioritized making faces brighter and clearer. Because of this, the Nintendo Switch 2 camera is not well suited to capturing plain landscapes. The camera is designed to make people's faces look brighter and clearer. It's not suitable for capturing purely landscapes. Okay, cool. A clear image in the dark, even in darker lighting. The Nintendo Switch 2 camera is capable of taking pictures. Even if you're in a dimly lit room at night, its sensors can pick up small amounts of light, which allows the camera to capture a clear image. However, a problem can arise if the camera tries to brighten the image in a dark environment. Image noise can be introduced from power supplies or heat, making the image even brighter. This may result in a muddy look. Normally, it wouldn't be possible to tell whether the muddiness is due to image noise or light spot. So how does the camera handle this? Here's an example. If there were no light spots in the previous image, then the image noise is probably to blame. The camera constantly checks the image feed like this. It uses a number of different methods to try to eliminate as many sources of noise as possible. That's actually interesting. The camera can capture a clear image even in dark environments. It tries to eliminate as much image noise as possible. Great. Now let's review what we learned with the little pop quiz. Bing. Okay. Question number 1. Where on the Nintendo Switch 2 console would you connect the camera? You definitely put it into the air vent. No, USB-C Type-C connector. Which of the following types of camera are compatible with the Nintendo Switch 2 console? It's definitely endoscopes. Oh boy. The Nintendo Switch 2 camera stand was designed to help it take what kind of photos? Beautiful. Good, that captures your face, yeah. Beautiful photos with watermarks for sure. And landscapes, for sure. Ba-bum. What can the Nintendo Switch 2 camera produce bright, clear photos of? People's faces. Obvi. When you're using the Nintendo Switch 2 camera, what's erased to prevent the picture from looking messy? Noise. Which is funny, because I like that the user's memory was one of the options. Like, mind wipe. Come in, Men in Black style. Men in Black style. You had to wash your hands and apply more lotion to the crispiness. Hope you're doing okay, man. Hope you're doing okay. Is this like, sorry if I missed it. Is this like eczema? Eczema, as some might say. Eczema, as some others might say. Etc. Maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, but I've got my eye on a certain minigame here. What the heck? I don't care. Okay, so... How do I like the Pro Controller? Oh, it's good. I actually really like it. I really like it. One thing that I like the most about it, okay, and this is a really specific thing. So hold on. On my Switch Pro Controller, I love this controller. Okay, I have for many years loved the Switch Pro Controllers. When playing certain games, though, I've decided I love these GLGR buttons because for Breath of the Wild especially, or Tears of the Kingdom, both games, okay, your B button is to sprint and X is to jump. And sometimes you want to do a running jump. And then I find that I end up awkwardly holding my controller with my thumb, like, sort of partially covering the B and then, like, pressing that. But then also when you're running, you can't use the right stick to turn the camera because your thumb's over here. It's preoccupied, right? And so sometimes I end up finding myself, like, doing this weird crab claw thing, where I'm, like, turning the camera and I'm pressing A to pick up items, or I'm like, oh, I gotta run and jump, or things like that, and then I do these awkward, weird things with my hands, or I have to, like, somehow try to cover all these buttons with my thumb at once and angle it weird. Anyways, the point is, I mapped B to GR, and I mapped A to GL, and not only does this feel ergonomically great, but now I can hold B while I'm running and then turn the camera at the same time. Or I found I was on top of a talus, and sometimes when you're on top of a talus and you hit it, it drops things and you want to pick them up. So I was like holding Y to spin and attack the talus, and then mashing what is now A, which is GL, to pick up items as I'm doing it. And then I'm running with GR, and I'm turning the camera at the same time, and then I do a running jump with X. Anyways, the point is, I just turned this controller on even though I'm not using it. I love it. I love it. It feels like that these should have been here sooner. These should have been here sooner. They're great. I enjoy that they're custom buttons quite a lot. And I just feel like in the case of Zelda's awkward at times control schemes, this really smooths it over. To basically separate those tasks, like having my right thumb, be responsible for so many inputs, just easing the burden of that a little means that I'm able to do more things, essentially. Anyways, so I like it. I like it a lot. I really, really like the Pro Controller. I think it's really fantastic. What I'm curious about is there is I was thinking with the Joy-Cons, it would be nice if SL and SR, if you could do something similar with those. That would be cool. Lord Nargles, did you know, or did I see that in Echoes Wins the added feature to organize Echoes into favorites? I did see that, and I love that. I haven't tried it out just yet, but that should have been there all along, and I'm glad. I'm better late than never, I guess, right? Yeah. GL and GR, so the GL and GR buttons are... Let me go back to this. They're right here on the back of the Pro Controller. And when you're using the Pro Controller, you can assign any other existing input to those GL, GR buttons. And I think that's great. A lot of these problems can easily be solved by swapping X and B. I don't think so, though. Getting a running start, doing a running jump, either way, the issue is X and B are the run and jump button. If you swap them, the point remains that you have to use your thumb to press both buttons at the same, to be holding one and then press the other, and that can lead to some awkwardness. So just separating one of those so that, like, all you do is, like, you kind of click it with your finger as you're playing. You kind of just hold that down. Easy. Done. Bam. Anyways. So yes, I think we're done in the camera area. It would seem so. I kind of rushed through the dock area. As you can see, I was being pretty thorough in other areas. Oh. There's actually stuff we're missing here on the console? Oh, I didn't do all the quizzes on the console. Okay. Well, let's duck back to the dock, the back of the dock. And and just see what we missed over here. Going up. So we did the, oh yeah, I see. Okay, let's check this quiz out here, huh? Hold X. See, that is exactly what I was talking about with the doing the weird crab claw thing. And then it leads to my hand cramping, right? And and that's what that was one of the things I literally just said, Ashley, that I don't like doing, is having to slide my index finger over and then use it that way, because then, and then also then I have to take my index finger off of ZR too, right? So I don't want to do it that way. It's I agree that there's like ways, but it's like then I'm holding it in a uncomfortable way that wasn't meant to be. That's what I call it, the crab claw. Sliding my index finger up here. And I don't want to do that. And having that back paddle button just makes it so much easier. Also, KT Pro Control's coming in today, and now I'm pumped to try the button mapping. Hey, yeah, play around with it. Feel what's comfy. I'm pretty happy with it. I think it's great. It also does feel... So there's a weird thing where it's like holding GR for run in Breath of the Wild has felt really good, because for some reason there is this weird thing where it's like almost I feel like I am having to click this button and like grip the controller harder or whatever, or there's like a sensation, so there's like a clenchy like, oh, I'm running now, so it's like a kind of, I don't know, it's a weird tactile thing, I guess, but yeah, anywho, I don't want to do the crab claw. And I did all sorts of weirdness playing these games over the years, doing crab claw or whatever, doing a bunch of things with. I keep holding this to show you, and then it thinks I'm trying to connect this controller to play. Anyways, I don't know. I think it's an improvement. Makes it a lot easier. GL. I think GLGR stands for grip. I think that makes the most sense. Grip. And then the SL would be like side left, side right, because it's the side of the Joy-Con. And then grip left, grip right. That makes the most sense to me. Yeah. I'll say, Aaron, long time no see. There was a version of the Pro Controller that didn't have the Amiibo scan feature, but does have the grip buttons. Oh, interesting. I'm guessing some third-party interesting controllers. Tetra sleepy. It's time to sleep, Tetra. Nintendo 2 AC adapter is very more powerful. It's pretty powerful. But it's cable. Okay, let's learn about it, hey? Great. Let's learn about this. Alright. Removable cable. The Nintendo Switch 2 AC adapter cable can be detached. This means that when you want to carry the AC adapter around with you, you can easily stow both parts. You know what I do wish it had? The foldable prongs, though. Like, there's so many things I've got that actually, for example, there's so many things I just keep pulling out of here. Sorry. Something like this, where it's like, this is just like a socket expander, a power bar or whatever. But the prongs folding, that's my only thing, is I kind of wish. Guess I'm definitely used to it. I just don't like it. I get what you mean though, Ashley. I just prefer not to have to do it, because then it's like, it just, yeah, I don't know. I just, and I did it for many years, you know, for like 8 years of playing these Switch era Zelda games, but I don't wanna. Definitely no offense caused. Don't worry. But we're just talking about holding a video game controller, so. The AC adapter is a detachable cable. Great, good, small but powerful. Good. Yeah, see, because sometimes powerful things come in small packages. The Nintendo Switch 2's AC adapter is much smaller than the Nintendo Switch 2 AC adapter. However, it can output a lot of power. Compared to the Nintendo Switch AC adapters, it's increased by more than 1.5 times from 39 watts to 60 watts. It's small but mighty. Great. USB-C charging cable for the Nintendo Switch 2 AC adapter is thinner and more flexible than the Nintendo Switch AC adapter cable. Oh, okay. I actually didn't notice. This makes the AC adapter convenient and easy to pack nicely on the go. Sure, it's easy to wrap the cable up gently as shown here. If you have a Nintendo Switch AC adapter handy, compare the flexibility of the two cables. The cable is thin and flexible. Nice. You read everything, great. 39 is less than half of 60. Wait, did it... Hold on. Did it go from 39 to 60? Is that what it said? Oh, wait. I'm reading the wrong one. I'm reading the wrong one. It's increased by more than 1.5 times from 39 to 60. Yeah, so that makes sense. Well, no, hang on. Is that a 1.5 increase? Is my math? From 39 to 60. I don't know. Math is hard. It is. 1.5 times 40 is 60. Okay. Okay. 39 to 60. I feel like that's the numbers to remember. We offer quizzes. Okay, let's do the quiz. Listen. Question number 1. Which of the following traits? It's 100. 100 meters is so long. It's detachable. 100 meters? What does the Nintendo Switch 2 adapter have more of than the Nintendo Switch adapter? Power. Could be angles, right? If it's more flexible. How does the Nintendo Switch 2 AC adapter compare? It's thinner and more flexible. Yay. Oh, my external hard drive's going. That's the exact. Instead of saying, yeah, okay, I getcha. Instead of saying half, they said 1.5. Yeah, that does make sense. That does make sense. It is like a very, like, I don't want to say PR wording, but it's very much like, yeah, this is. It's like they're trying. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, we're on the same page. Let's talk about a microscope here. Okay, this was the Pixel Hunt one. This was actually pretty tough on my eyeballs, but let's try it again. Okay, let's try it out here. This might be harder watching the stream where you guys are only gonna get a 1080p image, but we're gonna just try it out here and hope for the best. Okay, this is. I could barely see it on 3. I don't know. All right. Oh no. Oh wait. Oh yeah. Here's one. And there's one. Where? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh wait. There's one. Okay, so one more. I don't see it. I don't. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, let's try again. See if we can get it in under 30. Hot damn! That was nice. So here's the thing: is it's like the point of this mini game is you're looking for like literally one stray pixel, because they're like trying to show 4K output. We got a lot of pixels here, right? But they small. Ugh. I could feel my eyes were like working. I could feel it in my. Oh right, I finished that coffee. Hold on. A stray pixel, like literally, that's what it was. Literally, a stray pixel is what you were looking for. I'll just top myself off here. Oh, there's not very much left. Womp womp. Oh well. Coffee. But the pixels were wandering around. You mean to tell me you can see every little pixel on a 4K screen? I'm definitely not thinking an 8K though. Look, 4K is plenty of K for me. That's plenty. That's plenty. Let's do a quiz. Also, Tyler, welcome. Is this game worth $10? I maintain my position that this should have been a free pack-in title. I maintain that position. But I do think that it is more fun than I expected it to be. But it still should have been. It should have been a free pack-in. Ultra fast, 4K HDR, 120 hertz. Okay, the thing is, I know my capture card cannot handle 120 hertz. So we're gonna see what happens here. Here's TV output insights. Okay, no, actually no, it's just gonna be fine because it's just a quiz. It's not the demo. We had a demo last week that we tried where it went up to 120 hertz and my capture card freaked out, if you recall. So we'll see. Okay, Nintendo Switch 2 system comes with an HDMI cable. This cable is an ultra high-speed HDMI cable. It is also called HDMI 2.0. As the name suggests, it can transmit data very quickly. And indeed, the cable needs to transmit a lot of data. The sharp and detailed picture, that's 4K. The video displayed with bright lights, HDR. And the smooth images, 120 hertz. Sent to your TV. To achieve all this, a compatible game and TV are required. 120 Hz supports up to 1440p, 60 Hz up to 4K. Again, 4K 60 is, I think, for me, the sweet spot. I could barely tell the difference between 60 and 120 frames per second, whereas like resolution bump is far more apparent to me personally. Like I think that's the biggest jump. But that's just me. Definitely should have been free. Thank you for spending $10 so I don't have to. Yeah, I mean, it is a little conceited, I think, in a way, for Nintendo to be like, pay us 10 USD so that we can quiz you about our new product. And also, we'll give you some tech demos in there. Yeah. Anyways, yes. The cable packaged with the Nintendo Switch 2 system is an ultra high-speed HDMI cable with a compatible game and TV. You can enjoy all sorts of visuals. Hertz is, it can be the measure for sound wave. In this context, the hertz is your monitor's sort of, unless I'm understanding this wrong. So if I'm saying this wrong or misunderstanding this, feel free to correct me. My understanding is the hertz in this case is your monitor's refresh rate, its ability to, how often it is refreshing the images. And so the Switch 2 is outputting, let's say in this example, 60 frames per second. But, so your monitor has to process it at 60 hertz to display that properly. That's my understanding of it. I could be wrong, I'm not all that tech savvy. But yeah, in this context, hertz, we'll say, is pretty much synonymous with per second. Yeah, so 60 hertz is 60 frames per second. 120 hertz, 120 frames per second. Definitely would have been great as a pack-in, Aaron says, because it showcases all the features and upgrades over this. Exactly. It should have been, why didn't they just pack it in? That's my question. And I think part of the reason for that is that Nintendo's leadership has obviously changed over the years. And I think that part of that is we don't have these sort of figures like Reggie Fils-Aimé or Iwata-san, who were sort of these advocates for the consumer advocates. Because historically, you know, like Wii Sports being a pack-in title was not something Nintendo's leadership wanted, and then Reggie like pushed for that for Nintendo of America, or from Nintendo of America, and said like this should be a pack-in Wii Sports, make this a pack-in title. and it did great because of it. So, you know, when you basically, I think that like, I keep thinking, like, why wasn't this a pack-in? And the answer is Nintendo's leadership has changed since, like, the Wii days, and so that's why. That's why. Anyways, 4K. In terms of TV image output, Nintendo Switch 2 is compatible with 4K resolution. A 4K image is made up of many dots, or pixels. 3,840 horizontally by 2160 vertical. That's 4 times as many pixels as Nintendo Switch. This is the most ever for any Nintendo console, as you would expect. Pardon me, if you have both a game and TV that are 4K compatible, then you can look forward to having a sharp and detailed picture. And again, this is a true story. I actually bought a new monitor. Granted, secondhand, but I bought a new monitor specifically for this. Because I was like, yeah, I should have a 4K monitor. You can look forward to having a sharp and detailed picture. I actually am pretty happy with it, though. Except that the monitor did not have speakers. But I had some old-ass speakers that I could plug in. And that's worked out pretty well. So I've actually changed my setup here just slightly. Animal Crossing in 4K is wild. You know what the best part of it, though, actually is something the processing power difference means that Animal Crossing runs just so much better because it was very laggy on Switch. Just so laggy at times, especially if your island was like super busy. That frame rate would just dip. So even without it having like an upgrade pack like say Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom has, even just the Switch 2's extra processing power just makes Animal Crossing run so much better. So there is that, and the load times, of course. And then Splatoon 3 update happens on Thursday. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, anyway, Switch 2 is 4K compatible. If you have a compatible game and TV, you can experience a sharp, detailed image. Hell yeah. They're so much better now, LPS. Yeah, I haven't tested it myself, but I've seen GVG again did a comparison video, whereas like from the time you start up the game to actually when you take control of your character, like actually starting into the game, on Switch 1 it was like 2 minutes, and then it was like 45 seconds on Switch 2, which is still long, but like less than half the time still. So yeah, wild, right? Would I recommend buying this game? I would recommend Nintendo give it to people for free. That would be my answer there, Tyler. But I mean, it's pretty. I mean, if you want to like do all this, you can, you know. But I don't necessarily think you have to. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily think you should even. But I don't want to be a hypocrite either. I think if it looks fun to you, then sure, you know. You know what I mean? When the Nintendo Switch 2 console outputs video to the TV, it can do so using very bright light. Devices capable of this are HDR compatible. HDR is short for high dynamic range. The Nintendo Switch console can use approximately 16.77 million different types of light and color. Meanwhile, the Nintendo Switch 2 console can use hundreds of millions. If you have an HDR compatible game and TV, it's now possible to display bright, intense light. The screen you're looking at right now is a simple image that doesn't use HDR. If we were to enable HDR, it would look like this. Note that this image is just for reference. It's a nice explosion. It's great. If the, oh wait, there's on. If the non-HDR image, there's very little difference in brightness between the most vivid parts of the explosion and the areas around it. Yeah, I see. You can... Meanwhile, in the HDR image, the brighter areas can shine very brightly while the darker parts remain unchanged. It can even create subtle differences in darkness in dark places. However, the brightness and output will vary depending on the TV and TV settings. Try to find a viewing setup that works best for... That is another thing. I probably spent a good half an hour adjusting my monitor settings here when this first came out. That was beautiful. Yeah. The Nintendo Switch 2 console can output bright, intense light. It can use hundreds of millions of different types of color, light and color. Sorry. Great. I pressed the wrong one. I was trying to go to the next one. Just trying to go here. Okay. Smooth movement, sometimes called schmovement even. When connected to a TV, Nintendo Switch 2 can produce an image that changes at high speeds, up to 120 times per second, in fact. So we can say that the screen is 120 Hz compatible. If you have a 120 Hz compatible game and TV, you'll get the appearance of smooth movement as the pictures change quickly. Nintendo Switch changes images up to 60 times per second. So a rate of 120 times per second means that the movement looks twice as smooth. This video shown is just an example, but if 120 Hz is supported, mouse movement will appear smoother. Looking around using the right stick will feel smoother, and as you scroll, the screen will look smoother, and so on. And that's not the only benefit of playing games that support 120 Hz. The world appearing to you 1/120th of a second faster could give you an advantage during intense gameplay. Nintendo Switch 2 can produce an image that changes up to 120 times per second. Smooth movement is possible. Okay, yeah, cool. Let's do this here quiz then. I think it's time for a quiz. Sure, let's do that. You know what's bothering me a little bit, guys? I'll tell you what's bothering me just a little bit, okay? It's that my webcam hangs off the chat box a little. I think we need to just... Oopsie. Oops. Oh, gosh. There. I think they need to be aligned. You know? Is that it? There. Okay, anyways. Oh yes, there was context. The point was that, okay, the context for that running joke was that I do know who Elrond is. And she was like, do you know who Elrond is? I'm like, of course I know who Elrond is. That was the joke. That was the joke. Okay? Couldn't have grown up in my household and not know who Elrond is, okay? I'm just saying. Okay, the HDMI cable included with the Nintendo Switch 2 is what type of cable? It is ultra high speed? Is that the I feel like that's the phrasing that they went with. Question number 2. Nintendo Switch 2 is compatible with which of the following resolutions? What is for Donkey Kong? Okay, but Y2K, that's funny. With how many different combinations of light and color is the Nintendo Switch 2 console able to use? I guess, what did they say, hundreds of millions? Because the other one, 16.7, was Switch 1. When the image on TV screen changes rapidly, how does it start to look? Sneaky, for sure. For sure sneaky and smooth. 52 on Metacritic and 3.6 user score. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. just trying to be helpful. I get you. No thing actually doesn't know who Elrond is. They're a character. It's a character from Lord of the Rings. To give you this simple answer. You breezed right through that. Way to go. Your TV output skills are coming. Yes. What kind of skills do you have? TV output. Can I put that on my resume? TV output skills. That's great. But there's another quiz. Great. Oh, we did do this demo. We did do the demo. No, you're fine, Tetra. Don't worry. There's nothing wrong with being a Lord of the Rings enjoyer. You know what I'm saying? Nothing wrong with that. ALLM is some fascinating stuff, huh? Speaking of fascinating, how about how images appear on the TV? Head elf in charge? Oh, yeah. There you go. I love that. Head half elf in charge. Ooh. It's the... fine. Bloop, 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 bloop. Okay, now. Some TVs include special settings suited to games. This is sometimes called game mode. This makes the image less prone to lag, which makes playing them easier. When it comes to Nintendo Switch 2, you may not need to enable such TV settings manually. It automatically switches the TV to a mode that's suited for games. This is known as being OLM compatible. OLM stands for Auto Low Latency Mode. Auto Low Latency Mode. However, this feature is only available for OLM compatible TVs. The system is set up to automatically make games easier to play without having to change any settings. Nintendo Switch 2 can auto-switch a TV to a gaming mode without you changing any settings. However, this only works with compatible TVs. Okay, cool. Nintendo Switch 2 exchanges more than just images with the TV. It exchanges contact information, nudes, financial... No, anyways, no. It interacts in all kinds of ways. The console is what's called CEC enabled. CEC stands for Consumer Electronics Control. So it does not exchange nudes with the TV. Because it's already nude. Actually, that's not true. I put a screen protector on my Switch 2 already, like immediately. So it's got a nice little layer on it. When you power on the Nintendo Switch 2 system, the TV will automatically turn on and the input mode will change. And when the TV is turned off, the Nintendo Switch 2 system will automatically enter sleep mode. This feature can be found under System Settings on the home menu and is called Match TV Power State. Not only that, but the TV will also display Switch 2 when switching input to the Nintendo Switch 2 console. With CEC compatibility, the Nintendo Switch 2 console is easily recognized by the TV. However, the capability of your TV may vary from model to model. You'll need to check the TV's instructions for more information. The Nintendo Switch 2 console interacts with the TV in a number of ways besides image output. It's designed to be simple and easy to use with TVs. Hell yeah, alright. Changing the video signal. When you play on a Nintendo Switch 2 system connected to a TV, various electrical signals are output via the USB-C Type-C connector on the console. These signals won't normally show up on the TV, not without a little extra help anyway. The Nintendo Switch 2 dock picks out the video signals, converts them into different video signals called HDMI. HDMI stands for how manly Daniel is. Then, sorry. Converts them into HDMI, then sends the video signal to your TV via an ultra high-speed HDMI cable. The dock does a lot of heavy lifting. Nintendo Switch 2 dock converts video signals coming from the console into a format the TV can recognize. When you connect the Nintendo Switch 2 console to a TV and turn on the power, images appear on the TV screen. Oh my god! Who could have predicted this? You might think that this console is simply outputting signals to the TV, but in fact, all kinds of processing are going on. That's not how you take that out of the dock. You cannot slide it out the side. All kinds of processes are going on between the console, the dock, and the TV. When the console is turned on, its information is transmitted to the dock, which then transmits the signal through the cable to the TV. The TV then responds, and the dock relays that response back to the console. So you see, the console and the TV communicate through the dock. At this point, the main unit asks the TV through the dock what kind of video it can handle. The console receives the reply via the dock, and the console decides what kind of image to display. Finally, the image is output from the console, converted by the dock, and then displayed on the TV. All sorts of processes are handled in a short span of time before the image is displayed. Various processes need to be completed before the image is displayed on the TV. Okay, very nice. That's great. Let's just let's take a little quizzy, huh? Let's try it out. Have a little quizzy. Listen, and that would be HMDI, but the problem is The problem is that I'm illiterate. So have you thought about that, you guys? Have you considered that? I bet not. So let's do this quiz. When you connect a Nintendo Switch 2 console to the all-compatible TV, what happens? It definitely gets an alarm feature. No, it got gaming mode. What's it called when the Switch 2 console communicates with the TV in ways other than video? CEC. Consumer Electronic Control. What does the Nintendo Switch 2 dock do with the video signals sent from the Nintendo Switch 2 console? It definitely ignores them. It converts them for the TV. NSFW enabled. Can you imagine? Oh my gosh. Can you imagine? How the Nintendo Switch 2 console and the TV communicate with each other before the video is output? They speak verbally. They email each. They just send a quick little email back and forth, and you know, bada bing. Just a quick email. Please respond. Response will take 3 to 5 business days. We call that crazy high latency. The highest latency that you've ever experienced. But don't worry, there's yet another quiz downstairs. Just gonna take the escalator. Actually, we're not escalating. We're going down. It's a descendalator. Okay. We should normalize the use of the word descendalator, please. Thanks. Have you noticed those little bumps near the system connected to the dock? No? Well, you've at least noticed that one of the 4 feet on the dock is different from the rest. I actually have not observed that. But let's read about it, I guess. Ding, 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 ding. We are a wild bunch, though, that's true. If you look into the Nintendo Switch 2 dock from directly above, you'll see a mechanism around the connector that makes it easier to insert the Nintendo Switch 2 console. Here in the middle, there's a narrow ridge, and there are 2 little bumps here to the left and right. So this was... this was actually the thing we did see last week, and the reason is... because I wanted to see if the Switch 1 would fit into the Switch 2 dock. And the reason I wanted to was because this game specifically told me not to try it. But there are different shaped things inside that literally prevent it from fitting in. Now, if we take a look at the Nintendo Switch 2 console, you'll see that it has indentations that line up with the ridges and bumps. These guide the console into the right position for it to fit into the dock's connector. The Switch 1 console and dock had a similar thing, but they are differently laid out to basically make them not compatible. First, the ridge in the middle of the dock fits into the indentation on the console's underside, lining them up. Next, the left and right bumps fit into the console's other indentations for even more precise alignment. These bumps sit on top of a small stand which is supported by springs. The connector only comes out when this stand is pushed down. When the connector at last emerges, the console connects to the dock via the connector. It inserts into the console. You think the console goes into the dock? Actually, the dock goes into the console. Have you thought about that? Very nice. I need some water. Anyways. With such a mechanism, even if you got a bit sloppy when inserting the console into the dock, it should still work. There's a ridge and 2 bumps near the system connector in the Nintendo Switch 2 dock. A Nintendo Switch 2 console inserted with slight imprecision still connects to the dock via the system connector. Yeah, I'm definitely egging you guys on. Okay, it's alright. It's alright. I'm not sorry. The underside of the Nintendo Switch 2 console is a little bit rounded. We like a little bit of a round bottom, don't we? It's nice when the bottom is a little round, you know? Down here, where the system connector and the dock goes, if you look at that round bottom, you'll see a spot where the insertion... These are spots that are slightly raised. That's so that the insertion can happen properly. If the positioning is a little off when the console is inserted into the dock, these raised spots will come into contact with the inside of the dock. Without this raised spot, the ridge on the dock might slide off the rounded parts of the console and bend. Oh, you don't want it to bend when you're trying to put it in. It can get real uncomfortable. With this slightly raised spot, we've ensured that the console will not get stuck. There are raised spots on the console around where the system connector on the dock goes. The raised spot supports the console so it doesn't get stuck. One of the 4 feet. On the underside of the Nintendo Switch 2 dock, there are 4 small rubber feet. Very bold of them to put their feet out like that. Nintendo Switch 2 dock feet pics. These rubber feet prevent the dock from sliding when the console is inserted. This may sound great, but if the cable connected to the dock snags and the feet catch, the dock might tilt and fall over, since it doesn't slide. So we modified one of the 4 feet. Bit of plastic sticks out slightly more. The dock tilts slightly. This plastic will touch the floor. It will slide a little bit, making the dock less likely to fall over. This tiny extra piece of plastic comes in very handy. The Nintendo Switch 2 dock has rubber feet that stop it from slipping. One of the feet slides more easily. Alright, well let's take the little quiz. Let's take the little quiz. They absolutely knew what they were doing with these descriptions. They did, KT. I think it's all very innocent. We're not doing anything out of the ordinary here. We're having an innocent, normal time talking about electronics and video game consoles and nothing else, right? Everybody. Are they promoting a barrier for the feet? I think what they're just trying to say is it's good to have protection in case of things, you know, accidents happening, right? Accidents can happen, so you should have protection to prevent that. That's all that little bit of plastic is for. Makes sense to me, right? The ridge and bumps in the Nintendo Switch 2 dock allow the Nintendo Switch 2 console to be inserted with some imprecision. Protection is always a good idea. Absolutely. Exactly. See, you understand. On the Nintendo Switch 2 console, some raised spots can be found around where the system connector on the dock goes. What are they for? It's definitely to make it look more interesting. Definitely. No, it's to stop it from getting stuck. How many of the 4 feet on the dock are deliberately slippery? Well, just one. Just the one with the little extra bit. Ta-da. So anyways, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Doesn't your brain feel better? Yes. It is good to be intellectually stimulated like that. We meet again. You may recall when I brought up the minigame Dodge the Spiked Balls. Okay. Yeah, what about it? As I mentioned, it was designed by a staff member who's really into bullet barrage games, which is fine, but the problem is I think the designer likes that sort of game too much and went a little overboard. Part 4 is really, really hard. This designer said the difficulty is what makes it so fun, but so I guess what I'm saying is Dodge the Spiked Balls Part 4 is the toughest challenge you'll find at this exhibition, so be ready for it. Oh, but if you're really struggling with it, try handing the second control. I'm illiterate. I can't read, guys. Try handing the second controller to a friend. It can actually be played with 2 players. Oh, makes sense. Okay, well, I guess that finishes off the dock area. Great. Yeah, so let's go back to the the console screen, because apparently we missed some things over here that I skipped over. So yeah. Do you think they're actually tricking anybody with the checkmark animations? I don't know, actually. Hey. I got one question wrong. I was trying to talk to this person. You can learn about the screen here. You'll find out how clear and smooth the display is, as well as concepts like HDR, VR. Oh no, we've only been already reading about that stuff, but okay. Okay. Boop-a-doop-boop. If you could zoom in really close to the Nintendo Switch 2 console screen, you'd see that it's made up of lots of little dots. These are called pixels. There are 1920 horizontally, 1080 vertically to be precise. This is also called 1920 by 1080 resolution, which is 1080p. That's 2.25 times the resolution of the Switch console screen. So basically, I think the Switch was 720p. And this bumps up to 1080. It's like a pretty normal jump up in resolution. In fact, it's the highest resolution ever used on a Nintendo console. As for the size of the pixels, they're the smallest of any Nintendo console to date. Having the most pixels and the smallest screen provides a crisper, more detailed screen. Screen's made, it's 1920 by 1080. Okay, that's very nice. The console screen. 4K when docked, 1080p when handheld. Normal things. Normal things. Don't skip the face. Make sure you look at it thoroughly. What? The Switch 2 can produce some bright, got some good colors. It's HDR compatible. HDR stands for High Dynamic Range. The Nintendo Switch 2 console is approximately 16 points. Sorry, the Nintendo Switch did not the Switch 2, just the first one. 16.77 million different types of lighting color, which is a lot, frankly. Meanwhile, the Nintendo Switch 2 console can use hundreds of millions. I swear, I'm having deja vu. In games that support HDR, it's now possible to display bright, intense light. See, I thought you were talking about the face minigame that we already did. It's even higher resolution than the Game Boy Color. True. True. Incredible. In games that support HDR, it's now possible to display bright, intense light. The screen you're looking at right now is a simple image that doesn't use HDR. Oh my god. It's the same explosion. It's just the same... This is the same explosion. It sounded sexier in my head. You know, Lindsay, I think that goes about for everything I've ever said. Yeah. Am I doing the same quiz? No, because this is the part where this is the actual console screen. The other quiz was about the dock. So I guess they were just, you know, yeah. Anyways, in the non-HDR image, there's very little difference. Wow. This is like literally the exact, wow. Okay. This is the same thing. But don't worry, we took care not to make it too bright. The Switch 2 screen can display bright, vivid light. It can use hundreds of millions of different types of lighting color. Oh, it's gonna be all the same information, isn't it? The Nintendo Switch 2 console screen can change images at high speeds, up to 120 times per second. It's 120 Hz compatible. Oh no, it's the same information. The Switch could do 60. Switch 2 can do 120. It's obviously more frames, there's more smooth movement. Yeah, that's great. Oh my goodness. Okay. It's literally verbatim the same information. Thanks for that. Less choppy. Here's another thing about the Nintendo Switch 2 console screen. It can make games feel less choppy. You could also say the screen is VRR compatible. VRR is short for variable refresh rate. When you're playing a game and a lot of characters appear on the screen, average Pokemon experience right there, the frame rate can become choppy. Here's what's happening. It takes a little longer than normal to draw each picture. Because of this, the pictures aren't ready in time for when they're meant to be updated on the screen. So if the image has been changing 60 times every second, even a slight delay would skew the timing. Suddenly, the picture would update at half the rate, only 30 times per second. You can see why a game might feel choppy. So in games that support variable refresh rate, the update rate can be changed on the fly to match the image completion rate. See, at least this part's different. If it takes a little longer to draw the image, the update rate can be changed to 55 times per second. So this is better than suddenly dropping to half the rate, so it's less likely to feel choppy. This all means that some players find variable refresh rate compatible games comfortable to play. This video is purely for reference. Okay. The Nintendo Switch 2 console's screen does more than just display images. It's also a touchscreen that you can use with your fingers. That's right, you can use your fingers. You can touch it. Anyways, it's designed to recognize when you touch the screen. When you're touching with two fingers, it can tell if your fingers are close together or far apart. This all might be familiar already, but there's a little more to this. The Nintendo Switch 2 console's touchscreen can tell the position of up to 10 fingers at the same time. It's a touchscreen. You can use 10 fingers. There was a mini game with that we did last week. So it was Twister with just your fingers. What better way to commemorate? Yeah, we're gonna quiz you now. Okay. Okay. Console screen. Nintendo Switch 2 console screen is made up of lots of tiny pickles. No, pixels. What can the Nintendo Switch 2 console screen display by enabling HDR? That would be bright light for HDR. I like the idea of a three-dimensional image, though. What is the maximum number of times? 120, thank you. Maximum number of frames per second. Touchscreen can handle two hands. It can handle it. Indeed. Indeed it can. Which feature is the Nintendo Switch 2 console compatible with in order to make the screen feel less choppy? That's our VIP? No, it's the variable refresh rate. As opposed to VAR, which was very angry rate. Very angry rate. How many points can be tracked? Up to 10. Bada bing, bada boom. Cha-ching. Great, cool, very good. Perfect score! Yay! Was that the only thing we were missing on the screen itself here? Great. There's something. Interesting. Oh, that must be the, yeah, just the next, like the level 4 of that one. Never mind. Okay, so. Look at that. Cool hundo on those ones. That's nice. That's nice to see. We barely did anything inside the left Joy-Con, so I guess let's warp over there and kind of clean it up a little bit. You know, we did, oh, okay, I see. The marker game. Sure. We did do this, the part 1. We can try part 2 now. Okay. Color the shapes. Okay. A star. It was a triangle before. Now it's a star. I've already goofed. You know, coloring inside the lines was never... Ah! I thought I was going along the edge. Okay. Let's just... Guys, I'm really bad at this. Wow. At least you can rotate it, which is good. Ah, 15. Alright, well, let's try it again. Also, hey, tubes. I'm bad at edging, it's true. It's what Darren said, it's true. I mean, like, I keep going too close to the edge, and then it spills over, and there's no going back. Just like a pixel over. My God. Okay. Okay. Anyways, Chube, how are you? Nice to see you. That's not 15 seconds. I need to, like, move my actual computer mouse over so I have some more room. We can do this! No! Sorry, what I meant was... Okay. Try again. I feel like the sensitivity on this is like a little on the low end. And you'd think that would make it easier, but then I feel like I'm... There we go. Doing the strokes too wide or something. Why is it oval though, right? I actually feel like the shape of it does make it harder because then I keep, you know... I think that does make it hard. I guess it's to imitate the marker. I guess. It's supposed to be a big old marker. So fast. It bodes well for me that speed impresses you. Okay, well. Part 3 is awaiting. I do have enough, actually. So we can try part 3. Tetra's gotta go. Tetra, we'll see you soon. Thanks for hanging out. And we'll miss you. Bradley also has to get going. Oh, I hope your meeting goes well, man. I forgot to look at what the goal time was. Okay, this one seems interesting. It's a little more complex. Maybe that's a good thing. You know, using a real marker, if you overlap too much, then the colors don't look right. It'll darken. You know? Wow! I did it! Oh, hey, dank. Okay, sweet. First try! First try. I feel like because it was more complicated, they gave you more time for it, but then it was like almost like, not too much time, but it was more generous, you know? I was born to color. I don't have enough for that. Okay, part 4 is ready, but I can't do it. Is there anything else on this? Oh, we didn't do this quiz. Okay, we're gonna do this one more quiz, guys, and then we're gonna take a BRB, okay? Okay. Mario, I actually really, we were talking about that last time too. I want a new Mario Paint, actually. I also do think Mario Maker with mouse mode would be really good too, because, you know, of the mouse control, because it would be, so there is that too, but yeah. We'll see. How are the Joy-Con 2 control sticks different from control sticks of the past? And will they drift? That's exactly where okay, let's read about it. Bing, bing, bing. Okay. Let's read about it. The Joy-Con 2 control sticks have changed a lot from the Joy-Con control sticks of Nintendo Switch. They're bigger and easier to place your fingers on. They can also move a little wider, and the control sticks are a little easier to press in. A little clicky click. Multiple efforts were made to make them easier to use. Okay. But will they drift? We will not acknowledge it. No. The Joy-Con 2 control sticks have been given some attention. We wanted the controls to feel nice and comfortable. To that end, we've made sure that they move smoothly and don't feel like they're snagging. They also snap back to the center. It'll make sense once you compare it to the control sticks on the Nintendo Switch Joy-Con. They're designed with comfort in mind. At the bottom of each control stick, there's a part that touches a spot where electricity flows. So when the stick is tilted, the part that touches this spot moves depending on the degree of the tilt. When the part that's touching this spot moves, the strength of the electrical flow changes. The computer detects this to know how much the control stick is being tilted. This mechanism can detect even the slightest of movements, which allows for very precise controls. When the control stick moves, the strength of the electrical flow changes. Interesting. For decades now, Nintendo controllers have had sticks. The first Nintendo controller to feature a control stick was the Nintendo 64 controller from way back in 1996. And then came the GameCube controller, which had both a control stick and a dedicated C-stick. The Nunchuck for Wii had a control stick. That's true. While the Classic Controller and the Classic Controller Pro, also for Wii, both have L and R stick. So here's the thing: is I've always wanted one of those Classic Pro controllers. I have the Classic controller, the left one, and I loved it, but I always wanted the Pro one, but I never got one. Alas. That's a true story. I don't know when I would use it nowadays, though. The Wii U gamepad and the Wii U Pro controller have a left and right stick, of course, yeah. Along with the Joy-Con and Nintendo Switch Pro controller. How many of those controllers did you recognize? I mean, yeah, all of them. So, we've been reshaping and improving the controllers as time goes on. Nintendo controllers have had control sticks for a very long time. Thanks for that. That was very insightful. Very insightful. BRP early. Okay, Lindsay, no worries. No worries. Actually, from what I've heard, the reason they didn't use Hall Effect, and I don't... This came from, like, another... It might have been Nintendo Life or GVG, or a news outlet. The reason I heard that they don't use Hall Effect is because Hall Effect sticks use magnets. And the Joy-Con attached to the console also via magnets. And essentially, they're... I don't know if there was an issue with them disrupting each other or what it was, but I've heard that's the reason, but as far as I know, that's technically unconfirmed, but or unverified. But I've heard that that is, and it seems like a pretty plausible explanation. Hall Effect is not fully drift-proof though, so there is that, but they are definitely less prone to it than say the Joy-Con from the first Switch. I was so terrified thinking I was already experiencing drift while playing Mario Kart World. Turns out I accidentally enabled tilt controls. Oh no! Oh no! Yeah, that would definitely throw you. I can imagine. Oh my goodness. That's really funny, actually. That is funny. Good old tilt controls. In what way have the Joy-Con 2 control sticks changed compared to the Nintendo Switch Joy-Con control sticks? They're bigger. They're faster. They're stronger too. They're fluffier. And they're the first member of the DK crew. Now, what feature has been added to the Joy-Con 2 control sticks to make them easier to use? It's the scent. It's for sure the scent that they emit. Anyways, let's snap back to the center. Obvi. The strength of what changes? It's the electrical flow. Oh, can you imagine enemy characters? Can you imagine? Which of the following Nintendo consoles does not include control sticks? I guess that would be the Super Nintendo. Of those ones. They did not include sticks. Cha-ching! Great. Okay. Perfect score. Amazing. Nothing. No thing. Great. I got that. Okay. Okay. So there is also... Where is it? Here we are. There's a little downstairs area here. There's more to do. However, before we go any further, we're going to take a quick little BRB, a quick little bathroom break here, friends. So go to the bathroom. Don't forget to wash your hands. Go grab some snacks, whatever you got to do. Or don't. You don't have to do what I say, but whatever you feel and compelled to do. We'll be back in a moment. Here's a little song I wrote just for you, and we'll be back in a mo. BRB. Welcome back, everybody. Also, KT had to pop off. No problem. Thanks for hanging out, my friend. Good to see you here. I'm just gonna reopen my window. I shut it because of that loud truck. Also, shout out KT. Everyone go sub to Kokiri Theory. Honestly, great channel. Anyways, let's get back into this. Also, I'm back with Smoothie. And it's delicious. Anyway, to no one's surprise. So, we had not done this demo before, apparently. Let's do one quiz and then demo and then the quiz. That sounds great. Sounds like a plan. Do you know how the buttons work on a controller? How about screws? Okay, I'll read about it. It's fine. I'll read about it. Now playing Doom. Enjoy Doom. Enjoy Doom. I think that you're probably right, Ashley, about, excuse me, the little skirts, the little covers, being just a debris prevention. You're probably right about that. I imagine so. The Joy-Con 2 controller's SL and SR buttons are much larger. SL and SR stands for Squid Research and Squid Language. No, much larger than the SL and SR buttons on the Nintendo Switch Joy-Con controllers. That's true. As a matter of fact, the ABXY buttons and directional buttons are bigger too. It's all bigger. This makes them easier to use. Buttons are larger. Okay, thanks. Could have been just that last one. Underneath the Joy-Con buttons is a dome-shaped piece of metal. And underneath that, an incomplete circuit. When you press a button, the dome bends downward. The dome touches the circuit and completes it. The computer catches this and knows which button has been pressed. All told, it's a pretty simple mechanism. There's a metal dome under each button. You've heard of downward dog? Downward dome is the new yoga technique. It's where you press a button. How does a controller stay together? It's held tight with a number of screws. There are 4 total. Can you tell where they are? Try to find them. How'd you do? I didn't look yet. Hold on. Okay, let me take this off. I feel like that'll help. Okay, well there's 2 on the sides here, actually. 1 right there, and there, so that's 2. I would wonder if, because there's like a panel here almost. I wonder if they're kind of tucked underneath there. I don't know. Well, let's see what they say. 2 screws on the side attached to the main body. Yep. But on the other side, no screws are visible at first glance. They're hidden by I called it. They're hidden by a lid. Thanks to this, the screws and their surroundings are less likely to get doity. It also makes the screws less noticeable and prevents them from being touched during gameplay. The screws that your hand would normally touch are hidden. Okay, cool, man. We got big buttons. Butt on. Okay, we got a quiz. It's quiz time. Question number 1. How have they changed? They're bigger, they're faster, they're stronger too. The dome-shaped part is metal. Downward dome. Another good term for a butt is your downward domes. 2 of the outer screws that keep the Joy-Con controller together are visible, but more are hidden. How many total? They said 4. There's 4. What do you know? I'm so talented. I got it correct. I'm so talented. I wiped the floor with that quiz. Hell yeah. Okay, well, that's great. Let's see what's this about. What's this all about? Lord Nargle's cat is here. Hello, kitty cat. Love to see it. Not saying exactly a mini game, but we gotta. Oh, we're gonna look at the variable refresh rate. Well, let's hope this doesn't. Well, let's try it out. Let's hope this doesn't destroy. Oh, this has to be done in tabletop. Okay. Okay. I was gonna say, let's hope this doesn't destroy my capture card. Where's my stream partner? Ginny is downstairs napping on a big chair. So, hold on. Let's put this here. Hold on. How am I gonna do this? I had this set up last week. So let's try this out, hey. We're gonna just try this out here. I'm gonna put this camera like so. We're going to... Well, first let's see if Streamlabs will allow this. Okay. Will Streamlabs cooperate? The answer is no. Okay. That's fine. Let's try this. Let's try this instead. There we are. Okay, great. Great, great, great. Now, this is the best we're going to be able to do, I think. But we'll use the mouse controls here. Got my mouse here. Okay. Manually adjust the slider. Well, is this... Okay. We can... Ooh, well, that's... I think this is fine. Okay. Obviously, 20 frames is less. Mm-hmm. I don't know how well that's coming through. Obviously, this is smoother than this. I hope that's hope that's being conveyed. But why is it locked? Maybe we have to try everything. Because I feel like it should allow us to go to 120, right? Okay, we have it on fixed frame rate. Experienced a fixed frame rate. That's what we're doing, right? Isn't that what we're doing? Can I have the little checkbox? Oh, wow, that is... Can we just... Can I have my little checkbox here, please? This is a fixed frame rate. It says experience a fixed frame rate. I clicked on fixed frame rate. I'm living it right now. I'm experiencing it. I'm experiencing this. We are experiencing it together. Are we not experiencing this? Let's put it to 30. And let's say fixed. What does it want me to do? We are experiencing a fixed frame rate right now. We're experiencing it. Okay? Tube's experiencing it. Let's go in 10s. No, it just snaps back to 60 then. 20. Wow, wow, wow. I don't know. Let's see. Whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. We must experience it forever. We must. I swear, I am... Nah, now you can set more frames. Okay. Let's try 100 or more. With VRR. Done. Well. Great. I think we got it. Wonderful. We can end that one. Ba-ding. It's kind of weird that they put that one in the Joy-Con though, don't you think? I don't know. Let's switch back here. Wow. We're back. I'm just gonna slide this back onto the dock. Just put that back there. Did I win? I got a good grade in frame rates, guys, which is both normal to want and possible to achieve. Rin is leaving. How could you? How could you? I mean, that's okay. All right. Here you can learn about the my nose. Just the tip of my nose is itchy, like right the tip here. Just the tip. You can learn about how the Joy-Con 2 magnetic connectors move slightly. You can learn a little about magnetic circuits too. Pretty brainy, huh? Okay. I love being brainy. Ba-ba-da-boom! One way the Nintendo Switch 2 consoles and Joy-Con 2 controllers are linked is via connectors. These connectors can't slide around much. They're designed to move only very slightly. Even if the controllers are not perfectly lined up when you attach them, the connectors will do the rest of the work. They'll just slide right in there. Also, hey, Lily. How are ya? Their positions should line up perfectly. The connectors on the console and Joy-Con 2 controllers only move a little. They're easily move into position even when the controllers are loosely attached. Bada bing bing. The Joy-Con 2 controllers attach firmly to the console. Why is this? Well, it's not just because the magnets are very strong, although they are. They really are. The consoles and the SL/SR buttons form a strong magnetic circuit. To create this strong circuit, we simulated lots of different combinations and positions. Out of those, we selected the magnetic circuit that resulted in the strongest possible configuration. In this case, it makes the circuit less likely to cause issues. This means it won't interfere with other magnetic parts. Many different magnet combinations and positions were tested. The configuration with the strongest magnetic circuit was chosen. It was the chosen one. Release buttons are used to detach the Joy-Con 2 controllers from the console. It also works with the little grippy things. We made it so that you can detach the controllers easily, even with very little force. When you press the release button, a small rod juts out of the controller. It's just a small rod. The rod pushes against the main body of the console. You shouldn't need to press the button very hard to reach this point. Using the principle of leverage, it pushes against the console with over twice the usual force. The magnets that attach the controllers to the console are strong, yes, but if they're separated by even a short distance, they become very weak. When the rod pushes against the console, the controller moves away just a little. This makes it easy to detach. Also, the direction in which you press the release button is the same direction that you pull to detach the Joy-Con 2 controllers. This detail makes it even easier to move. The release button pushes the controller away from the console with over twice the normal force. The controller is pulled in the same direction the button is pressed, making it easier to detach. A tiny rod. Oh, yes. Tiny rod pushing against the body. Anyways, it's time for a quiz. Quiz time. The physics. Yes, we love physics. The connectors used to attach the controllers have been designed to ease the process. In what way? They have eyes. No, they can move a little. They have eyes. They speak to me. What is it that makes the Joy-Con SLSR buttons attached so firmly? It's a strong magnetic circuit. When you press the release button, how much force does the rod that push against? It's about twice as much. It doesn't apply to any force, of course. No, it's twice as much, right? Because of the leverage. That's what they kept saying. Unless I misread this question. But I didn't. Anywho, that's a perfect score. Are you some kind of magnetic maestro? No, I just did the reading like 30 seconds before doing the quiz, so... Why are you following me around, lady? I mean, well, you certainly are a diligent one. You read so many of our insights. Ah! Let's try this. Proof of your talents. At least 24 medals. Carefully gathered. It's time. Here's Match the Rumble. 6 pairs. It's open for you. Okay. Like sunlight in spring, it would warm my heart if you played this game with me. HD Rumble 2 will create vast vibrations. You will be amazed. Feel it in your palms. Let the rumble fill your hands as well as your heart. Wow, this guy's really passionate about this. Feel the vibration. Remember it. And match pairs. Each image rumbles. Now, a hint. Consider the vibrations of the images. Okay, let's try this out. This guy knew what he was saying. For sure. It's going to be mouse controls, I assume, right? Yeah. Mouse controls. Hold one as normal and hold the other as a mouse. Okay. I can do that. I'm able to do that. Okay. Boopy doop doop. Match the vibrations. Okay. Okay. Interesting. That's a long one. Oh. This kind of felt... Never mind. That was like 1, 2, 3, 4. I need to feel them. Oh, that was just one short one. Ah! Those were the same. I wonder if there's a way I can... Oh, you know, if I just rest this one on the desk, the mic kind of picks it up. Wait. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Wait. There we go. Is that actually working? Wait. There we go. Wait. Some of these are very subtle. Wait, okay, I need to slow down. They're overlapping now and it's confusing my brain. So then, I thought I tried these two together, but I guess I hadn't. 44 moves! Oh, it's, okay, so it's not timed, it's number of, like, things. Okay, well, let's try this again. That was like a bop, 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 bop. That was like a... That was a stronger one. Oh, wait. These two are the same. Okay, there we go. That was just, that was straight up, that was pure luck right there. Okay. No. $18? Ooh, baby. There was some sheer luck in that one with some of them, just like, because I was like, I just need to listen to them, and then they were right next to each other. So, so frankly, not sure if I earned that. But it worked. It worked. I'll take the medal. I'll take it. But it does feel like I got a good RNG on my side that time, you know? Mm-hmm. I did not foresee your excellent memory and rumble prowess. Okay, this guy needs to calm down. I guess that's... Except for this one that I cannot quite unlock yet. I guess that's that. Let me out of here. Up, 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 up we go. Okay, now, it took us a while to, where's the ladder? Oh, it's all the way over there. But I think that's all we can do in this area. It took us a while, but we're finally going to go to a new area instead of one that I already visited last week. It's over here. We're going over here. Okay. Welcome to the Joy-Con grip. So let's try this out. Balloon hunt. Let's hunt some balloons. Let me explain how this works. In this minigame, we'll be moving around with the Joy-Con 2 and Joy-Con 2R as left and right as a mouse. Very simple premise and all. You just have to hunt down and burst. Wait. I assumed that in this area they'd want me to use the grip itself, but is this... Am I using them detached with mouse controls? Why? Don't they want me to... I'm in the Joy-Con grip area. Why don't I use this thing? I kept it here. It's very strange. Okay, well, let's pop some balloons with mouse controls, I guess. Oh, I see. Hey, this is cool. This is just first-person shooter type game. It's pretty good. I think I do want to try it again. This reminds me of like the Metroid Blast in Nintendo Land, actually. Wait. One balloon left. Dang it, I was actually worse. Let's try this again. I want that third one. Where? Oh, it's up high. It's up high. It's up high. I keep forgetting about the one that's up high. Okay. Hold on. Wow, this is close. Okay, okay. Okay. There we go. Got him. GG's. Okay. Pretty good. Pretty good. That was fun. That was fun. That was a fun one. I enjoyed, you know, it was good. It was good. Let's do the next. Let's do part 2. All right, let's do it. We got more than 15. I've got 64 medals. There are balloons inside of other balloons. Let's try it out. Bada bing, bada boom. Balloon hunt. 2 double balloons. Electric boogaloo. Okay. Balloons with balloons. They even look a little bit like little Metroid. Oh, jeez. Oh, you can do both at once if you're accurate enough. On our first go, we'll just make sure we find them all. Yep. Nice. A under 25. How fast do we have to be to get the third one? What's actually interesting is that the countdown it uses, little boop 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 doo, is like, I think it sounds to me, unless I'm mistaken, like the same countdown in the 3 seconds. Okay, 15. If you play the NES World Championship, Nintendo World Championship, has what sounds to me like that same countdown. Wait, where? Oh. Well, we didn't get 15. There, we got it. That's fun. That's cool. It's fun. I like it. It's good. Shoot a balloon. Guess I'm not terrible at shooting things. Double balloon is the next. Is it gonna be triple balloons now? Outstanding. Great. You have the locations of each balloon memorized. You have to. You'd have to. You gotta do it. 51? Yeah, we got more than that. Alright, let's do part 3. Let's go. There are bombs. What? There are now bombs underneath sets of balloons. The key is to shoot the bombs so the balloons all pop. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Does someone say terrible shooting? Lily, what are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? Okay, let's shoot some bombs. So. Okay. Oopsie. 3 left. But where? It's gonna be behind this thing, isn't it? Oh wait, that's cheeky. Cheeky. Alright, but now we know. Oops. Okay. Just barely. Okay, but then how much for the third? I wonder. Korok's trained us well. Yes, good. Yeah, so we're not getting it, but... Oh, right. Okay. 15. is the goal. Close. Close. So close. Oh. No! Yeah, I'm not getting it this time for sure. I think I'll just hit the restart now. Oh my gosh. Yeah, well that right there sealed the deal. That You know what? Hang on. I think part of it is I need to like raise my seat a bit because I'm like having to like lift my arm a little. So sitting comfortably, I feel, is an important thing to do. Okay. Hey, yeah. Just had to adjust my seat. Tasty. Very fun game. Confused as to why we're in the Joy-Con grip area and not using the Joy-Con grip, but I mean, sure. That was outstanding. Well done. Okay, thanks, buddy. Thank you. Let's try and find some stamps. We're gonna go around the perimeter here. See if we can't find some stamps. Found one. Bing! Oh, quiz time. Okay. Bing, bing, bing. Quiz time. Welcome back, Bradley. You missed all the shooting. When it comes to the Joy-Con 2 grip, attaching and detaching the Joy-Con 2 controllers is easy. The controllers contain magnets, so you can simply hold them up to the sides and they'll attach themselves. Release the button. The release button lets you detach the controllers. It lets you release them from the grip. For example, if you're playing alone with the grip but you want to add a second player, you can detach Joy-Cons and hand it to someone else right away. Yeah, makes sense. You know what I'm gonna do is just slap it in there right now. Because it just feels like I should be using it. We're in the grip area. This is much better than the Joy-Con grip from the first console, honestly. Huge improvement. The enlarged grip. The Joy-Con 2 controllers are bigger than the Nintendo Switch Joy-Con controllers. This is true. This means the Joy-Con 2 grip is larger than the Joy-Con grip, of course. However, simply making it bigger would make it harder to hold. So the ends of the grips have been made thinner and to make it easier to grip. Larger Joy-Con 2 controller means the grip is larger too. The grip is easier to hold compared to the Nintendo Switch grip. It's true. It's true. The Joy-Con 2 grip can stand up. Actually, the original one can as well. And if you see behind me here, right to the right of the chat here, on my shelf behind me, I've got a dock. I've got the Tears of the Kingdom Joy-Con. You can see the right one. The right Joy-Con. Can you see it? It's standing. It's literally just in a grip that's standing. That's all it is. That's not a new feature. You could do that with the... Anyways. You can stand it up. The grip can stand so it doesn't take up too much space when it's time to put it away. There are two protrusions on the underside, measuring approximately 0.2 millimeters each. This is true, actually. They are there. These protrusions act as tiny feet. It's a subtle detail, but this is what helps keep the grip propped up. The Joy-Con 2 grip can stand. There you go. You could display them if you wanted. Looks like you ran up all the way around the bread things. Okay, we can quiz time now. Time for quiz. Joy-Con 2 grip. Question 1. Which of the following is used to attach the Joy-Con 2 grip? It's definitely glue. It's the power of love, actually. I was wrong. It's the power of love for sure. No, it's magnets. It's magnets. How has the grip been modified to make it easier to hold? Yo, it grows and shrinks to match the size of your hands. It's so killer. It's so killer. No, the grips have been thinned out. Anyways, can you imagine? What's the benefit of the grip being able to stand up? You can store it better, obviously. And it gives you courage. Which is the best part, actually. It gives you courage. Amazing. Okay. We got a solid grasp on the grip. Another set. Oh, there's another person. More quiz time. Okay, wait. What's down here, though? Oh! Oh, I see. Well, we'll be back. I thought it was gonna take me into that gap there. You know? I guess that's what this one is. Oh, yeah. Oop! The rubber caps help muffle the noise produced when the Joy-Con rumbles. The straps had a similar thing. Maracas. Interesting. I guess we could just bring that back right now. There you go. To the lost and found. Bling! Bing! Back to where we were. Okay. Here's another little grippy thing. A little rubber cap. Right, what's all this then? LCD Pixel Hunt 3 pixel. Oh no, really? Another Pixel Hunt one? You'll have to try and find 3 of these tiny little pixels again? Again? Oh, this is oh, but this time tabletop instead. Okay. I feel like we. Alright, that's fine. Here's what we're gonna do. Same thing we did already. Just bring this back here. And we're gonna just... Done. And look at my smoothies here too. You can see the smoothie now. It's a little behind the scenes. Behind the smoothies. Anyways, mouse control. Mouse control to Major Tom. Wait, what? Can I see the pixels? I'm gonna just go for 5. Okay. Maybe 5 was too easy. maybe having it on 5 was too easy. Oh well. Oh well. We did it. I'll do it again too. Okay. Let's try part 2. So I guess the other one was to showcase it on this TV, and this is the handheld mode version, which is fine. Let me just try this again. 3 drifting pixels. Okay, I'm gonna choose 5 again. Even though I could see it on 4 as well. But look, I feel good about that. Goodbye. Okay, I think we're good to just drop this back on the dock here. And we're gonna just swap on back here to not this. Not you. But you. Okay. Take your protein pill. What? What? Alright. What do you mean by that? Lurking and working. No problem, lady. No, wait, don't jump. No, I wonder what the area is over there. Oh, I see. It's... You're just looking at the Pro Controller. I understand. Let's go... Oh, see, this is what I thought the other elevator would take me to. Where stamps? Aha. Magnetic connector. Bing. Okay. We love the smoothie content. I'm so glad. From what song, Darren? I don't know this song, I guess. Delicious. That smoothie's real good. It's real tasty. My hat just flew right off my head. Maybe someone found it and took it to the information center. I didn't find it. I found maracas. Okay, wait. Can we... Where's the, Boink. Okay, let's do this quiz, I guess. Quiz time. Quiz time. Oh, this is for the charging grip. Oh, mine's not a charging grip. It's just a normal grip. The Joy-Con charging grip, sold separately, has a key difference from the Joy-Con 2 grip. It includes a USB-C Type-C connector, of course. You can connect a USB-C cable here to charge Joy-Con 2 controllers, but that's not all. When the Joy-Con 2 charging grip is connected to the dock or the console, it connects to the console via wired communication, not wireless. The charging grip can be used to charge the Joy-Cons, and wired communication is also possible. There you go. Your daughter's friend brought her little dog over and Gemma freaked out and smacked the dog on the head. I mean, who can blame Gemma? This is her space. Gemma may hate everyone, but I love Gemma. That's a true story. There you go. Joy-Con 2 charging grip isn't just for charging the controllers. Like the Pro Controller, it includes GL and GR buttons. You can use your middle or ring finger to press them. These two buttons are completely separate from the other buttons. Off the bat, nothing will happen when you press either of them, but you can assign different buttons to them in any configuration you'd like. For example, if you find yourself using a certain button a lot, you can assign it to the GL button. If you press the right stick too much of a hassle, you can assign... Oh yeah, so if you don't like clicking your sticks, there you go. Or maybe you've realized that you need to press the B button while keeping the right stick and ZR button pressed. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier. In this case, just assign B to the GR button. Press and hold the home button to access the quick menu and map buttons from there. Button mapping settings are stored per user, per game. You can tailor the settings to your liking for any game you want. GL and GR buttons have also been carefully designed. They should be comfortable to press no matter your hand size. We've taken the button's position, relative height, and size into account. This means they won't get in the way if you don't need them, but they'll be easy to press if you do. The GLGR buttons can be assigned the roles of other buttons. The assigned button mapping can be saved per user as well as per game. Cool. Oh, it's quiz time. Leo just ran away. I love Leo too. Alright, charging grip. Question 1. What can the charging grip do other than charge Joy-Cons? We can use a wired communication. Cool. The Joy-Con 2 charging grip includes GL and GR buttons. They are used however you'd like. You map them. They're display only. They're just for looks. Oh, it's just 2 questions. Yeah, I didn't realize that the charging grip had that, to be honest. So that's cool. Not a single error. I'd say that certifies you as a charging grip expert. Wonderful. Is there stamps? No stamps. Okay, let's go down here. I'm going looking for stamps. First things first. No. It's just a little symbol. Didn't have a stamp, I guess. Magnetic connector thingy. Ba-ding. Nothing over here. Okay. It doesn't look like it, that's for sure. We got your rubber. Bloop. We got a thingy. But first. Bloop. Okay. Very good. I guess let's see what's up with this mini game. We're gonna scrape some paint. Do you fancy yourself a pretty good scraper? I'll explain. This mini game's all about using the Joy-Con mouse controls to scrape off some grime. Well, I would say I'm a good scraper. I'm good at like scraping the bottom of the barrel, just scraping by, as well. So yeah, I'd say I have some scraping experience. Alright. This is gonna be mouse controls, isn't it? Got some mouse controls in it. You would think they would not have so many mouse control games on the grip area, but that's fine. Whoop. Scrape the grime clean off. I'm shaking my whole desk. Smoothie better not spill. I better not spill any smoothie. Can this just... Oh, this... There we go. It's coming off. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, we got it. Nice and clean. 17? Oh my goodness. Let's try again. I don't like that at the end of the minigame when you're using mouse controls, it just sort of snaps to exit. It's like, we'll clear, and then you know what I mean? It's like, I'd like to try again. If I'm using button controls, I get it snapping to one, but if I'm using mouse controls, I would like to not have it snap. Almost. Okay, alright, alright. This is exactly what the cleaners feel like after a Splatoon match. This is how they have to go through every stage and do this. After every game, every match in Splatoon history, there's a little jellyfish guy that has to go through the whole map and do this. He's got a scraper. He's like, oh my god. It's the worst job. But he likes it. He actually, it's like, it's satisfying in a way, because it's just satisfying when you get it clean. That still wasn't 17 seconds. Mm-hmm. Come on. Yes. Good. Okay, I'm not gonna go for 3. This is good. This is fine. gonna snap this back on here. Good. Scrape off that scrapey stain. Top shelf cleaning. Part 2 is now available. I forgot about that. I put this back on the grip. I still... Alright, anyways, let's try part 2, I guess. Okay, in part 2, there are even more stubborn spots. Ah! Okay. Scrape it off. Scrape it off. I mean, what? Oh, it's big, too. It's a big one. And it's big and stubborn, just like... Never mind. Anyways. Just like some people I know. That's the clean version of this joke. Okay. Big and stubborn like some people I know. Big and stubborn like my cat. Please tell me that was enough for both. It was! Beautiful! Great. Wonderful. That's some stubborn stain removal. I'm almost hesitant to keep putting this back on. It does sure vibrate as you scrape. It does indeed. Okay, you struggle getting rid of that handprint. I did a little bit. I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay, wait, so let me look at stamps because I'm missing 3 stamps. 3 stamps. Where could they be, stamps? Excuse me. We'll find out, I'm sure. We'll find it. I'm sure. Let's go back up to the top area, maybe. Logo? Does the logo have a stamp? It does. Oh, okay. It actually did. Great. That's wonderful. You know, I always find that going around the perimeter is good. Just a quick jog around the perimeter. Mm-hmm. Oh. It's the footy. Which means the other one should have it too, right? Boom. Yeah. Okay, let's go to Area J. Let's do it. Area J. All done with Area J. The next area is on the other side. Okay, well, that's nice. That's nice, honey. We got stamps. Okay. I'm so curious about this. What insights I can find? Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I am gonna switch to... Get it. I'm gonna use the Pro Controller, is what I was... Let's just... I need to only... I don't need to use both. Okay, cool. Great. I'm running. Whoop. And actually, maybe I'll pull this off in case they just decide I need more mouse control minigames. I'll have that one out and ready. And then if I... There we go. Oh, okay, we'll just right away. Game chat button. Boom. We got a stick. We got a depressed guy. Actually, when I opened the box for my Pro Controller, there was a small depressed man on it as well. That's true. GR. Bing. Okay, but quickly, let's... go back to the Lost and Found and return this hat we found. Thank you. Sure. Close enough. Cool. Anyways, does the grip itself have any sort of... No, there's some invisible walls around it, though. What did I do with him? Oh, I sent him to rehab. He had some stuff to work through. There's a tiny man rehab center in my neighborhood, so it's for tiny men. And women, and other... it's just tiny people in general, really, but it, you know, it goes way back, so it's called Tiny Men. They've talked about changing it to be more inclusive, just from a branding standpoint, though. You know. What's this guy clapping about? He's going, I love a Pro Controller. Look at his curvature. Oh, he likes it curvy. Alright, we collected 29. Okay, let's check this demo out, huh? This isn't a minigame. The HD Rumble 2 feature is capable of creating all sorts of vibrations. At least he's happy. He's working on it, at least. It's tiny man therapy and rehab. it's really great, actually, if you're a really tiny man or other person, other tiny people. Any tiny person is welcome. Anyways, let's try out this demo. But if you are large, you can't go there. So, you know. The clapping man is happy, that's true. Why does it require mouse controls? The whole point isn't the point of this area to be about the Pro Controller. I knew it was going to do this. It's so strange. Okay, let's create some vibration. Sure, let's have a strong... Oh, wow. Create a strong one at 60 hertz. Does it have to be exactly? 200 hertz, it says. Okay. A subtle vibration at 400. Okay. Persistent from 40 to 480. Okay. I went a little over. I went up a little bit, but you know what? I could switch which one is vibrating. Left or right. Interesting. Anywho, that's that. Bing. Great. So, very nice. Got some rumble in there. It would have been nice to have the Pro Controller be involved in some way, but... minus button. Great. Okay. Oh, there should be two here, right? Because there's L and ZL. Ba-ding. Ba-ding again. Oh, and the LED? Oh, the sync button. Oh, there's gonna be a bunch right here. LED, and then there's gonna be the USB-C connector. And then... that's it. Okay. Maybe. Let's check this quiz. Let's learn about GLGR. Or maybe about how the button heights were considered down to the nearest 0.05 millimeters. Okay. It's hot here too, honestly. For real. But I got you. Autocorrect aside. I understood what you were saying. Okay, I'm once again... Nope. I was trying to... I want to use this. Okay, let me use the Pro Controller. Okay. Alright. Bada bing. Here's the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro Controller. And here it is next to the Nintendo Switch Pro Controller. See any differences? I do. Honestly, I like the transparent plastic a lot on the old one, to be honest with you. But that's just me. I just like those transparent plastic sometimes. It would have been easy just to take the Nintendo Switch Pro Controller and add a few more buttons. But in fact, the new Pro Controller has been completely redesigned from the ground up. A lot has changed. The Nintendo Switch 2 Pro Controller has a new design. Game Chat. If you're interested in using Game Chat, the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro Controller makes it easy to use. For one, you can bring up the menu right away with the C button. There's an audio jack on the controller's underside, so you can connect an audio device such as a pair of headphones. This helps you use Game Chat even when you're far from the system. The console microphone picks up the voices of everyone nearby, but if you speak close to the microphone that's plugged in via the audio jack, your own voice will be heard more clearly. This isn't just helpful for Game Chat either. If you don't want the game audio to come from the TV, you can always listen to it using headphones instead. Your own voice will come out clearer when speaking close to a microphone plugged into the controller audio jack. The Pro Controller's GL and GR buttons. They're meant to be pressed with your middle or ring fingers. They're different from other buttons on the controller. As it is, nothing happens when you press them. However, you can map other buttons to them as you like. I'll show you. Done. For example, you can, yeah, this is the same thing that was on the charging grip. Great. Want to keep your thumb on the left stick and hold ZL and press up on the control pad all at the same time? Map up on the control pad to the GL button, etc. Press and hold the home button to access quick settings. Menu. Button mapping is saved per user, per game. That means you can personalize it, have fun with it. Another thing, they're designed to be comfortable for hands both big and small. They don't get in the way if you don't want them to, but they are easy to press if you do. Put a lot of thought into these buttons' locations, height, and size. GL and GR buttons can be mapped however you like. Button mapping is saved on per game, per user basis. Per user, per game. Let's take a look at the buttons on the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro Controller. They've been updated since the Nintendo Switch Pro Controller 2. For one, the minus and plus now have a different feel to them. We also made the capture button and home button easier to recognize. The D-pad, you should be able to input directions on the D-pad with more precision, or the plus control pad. I've always thought it was D-pad. Interesting. I actually have noticed that the D-pad is better on this one. It's still not like the greatest D-pad of all time. It's a pretty low bar. The Switch Pro Controller's D-pad was pretty atrocious. It just wasn't accurate. I found this one to be much better so far, in my playtime at least. Pardon me. The A, B, X, and Y buttons are now bigger. This makes them easier to press, of course. An interesting thing about these buttons is that there are sirens outside. Guess I'm shutting my window again. I'm not allowed to have fresh air because of noise reasons. They're always stuck out. They've always stuck out at different heights, really? Oh. The heights were adjusted to account for how your fingers move. With the enlarged A, B, X, and Y buttons, your fingers will move a little differently. So we made lots of buttons of differing height in increments of 0.05 millimeters. Of those, we picked the heights that we felt would be the best fit. The buttons have been updated in a number of ways. It's not that noisy for you, but for me it was pretty loud. My earballs were not enjoying it. When you're using a Nintendo Switch 2 Pro Controller and it's connected directly to the dock via a USB cable, the Pro Controller will communicate with the console via wired connection instead of wireless Bluetooth. In this case, wired connection with the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro Controller connects slightly faster than a wired connection between Nintendo Switch and its Pro Controller. Another way to say this is that the Switch 2 Pro Controller has a lower latency. By the way, you can also connect the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro Controller directly to the Nintendo Switch 2 console via USB-C cable if necessary. Pro Controllers can connect via USB cable to the Nintendo Switch 2 dock for console for wired communication. The Nintendo Switch 2 Pro Controller can be slightly faster than a Nintendo Switch Pro Controller. Boom. You gotta run. Okay, Rin, have a good run, Rin, run. We'll see you tomorrow, my friend. Thanks for being here. At least I assume we will. I don't know, I'm just assuming for you. But thanks for being here, Rin. Nothing but love. Have a good day. And now we're gonna do a quiz. We're gonna do a quiz. Bada boom bing. Okay. Question number 1. How much does the Switch 2 Pro Controller differ in design? It's been redesigned, totally. What can you connect to the part of the Pro Controller shown here? Headphones. It's headphones. Where are the GLGR buttons located? On the back of the parts you hold. The heights of the ABXY button they were adjusted in increments of 0.05 millimeters. Thank you. What must you do to enable wired communication? You must use you have to plug it in. Crazy, I know. Actually, it's eat a bagel. You must eat a bagel. It is mandatory. Ta-ding. Okay. Bing. There's another quiz guy. The sequel to this quiz. NFC touch point. Interesting. I thought it was gonna be like, here's the logo. But it said no, that's the touch point. I thought that was gonna be a separate one. Wait. Buttons. Okay, so we're missing a stamp somewhere. We got L and ZL minus, left stick, control pad, the D-pad as you might say. GL, we got the sync button, the LED, NFC touch point capture, home, R buttons that are plus, A, B, X, and Y, right stick, GR button. And we got the GL button. What? Am I missing then? I legit was expecting it to be like logo. That's a thing. Interesting. The headphone jack probably, right? Yeah. Great. Boom. Okay. If you wanted the wheel, the Mario Kart wheel, it's got its own area. Great. Okay, let's check out this thing. Are you familiar with GL and GR buttons? You'll find them. Yep, they can be mapped. In this minigame, you'll need to make use of the GL GR buttons. You will be asked to perform a series of challenging inputs to unlock a series of locks. Consider carefully which button you should best assign. Okay, let's try it out. Yellow! Open the GL/GR locks. Okay. Press and hold the home menu to open quick settings and then map B to GL and A to GR. So funny enough, that is already exactly what I did. Isn't that funny? Quickly perform various inputs on the controller. Wait, I'm confused. Am I with the stick as instructed? So arrow. Oh. Interesting. Oh shoot, I meant to try again. I meant to try again. Take me back. Take me back. Take me back. I understand now. I didn't understand at first, but now I understand. Okay. Right. I goofed it. Okay, hold on. Let's try again. R, right. ZR, L, up, ZL, A, B, release, X, release. Close. Okay, okay, okay. 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 That really does use, like, a lot of fingers. That's a lot of fingies. It is a button choreography. At least it's not random each time, so you can kind of, you know, go through it faster. Okay, let's try this again. Let's try it out. Long. Okay, what's it gonna tell me? It's gonna say GL and GR as A, B and A, so we're good already. Okay. LR, ZL, ZR, B, A. Release A, release B, release ZR, L, R. A little press and release. Or click it. Wrist control stick and buttons showing. Oh, I'm getting... That was long. Oh, 45? Are you kidding me? Okay, let's try it. This is... Oh boy. How would you get 45 there? So much of my brain power being used. Let's try it again. Closer that time. Music is okay, yeah. I think we can shave off. Oh, okay. I was like... This is confusing my brain. I did worse that time. I did worse. 49. How did I get 49? My brain is sticking. The problem, part of it is too, is that like when it has a lot of grips, I feel like I'm losing my hold on the controller. Like I'm losing my grip on it because my fingers are all preoccupied with buttons. You know what I mean? Release A, release B, ZR, ZL, RL, release the stick, release the D-pad, ZR, ZL, RL, click the stick, click that one, B, A, release, 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 rotate, rotate, L, L again, R, R again, ZL, ZR, up, ZL, B, release B, A, release A, press A, release A. My brain is getting confused. I was like getting stuck. Okay, one more. It's just like, ooh. Release A, release B, ZR, ZL, R, L, stick, great. Release, release down. Release left, ZR, ZL, RL. Click the stick, press B, press A, release stick, release B, release A, rotate, rotate, release L, press L, release R, press R, ZL, press Z, release. Okay. Up, left, down, right, up, wait, press, release R, tilt, release R, tilt, release R, tilt, press B, release B, press B, release B, press A, release A, press A, release everything. 48! Ah! This is close! That's close! Oh my gosh, okay. One more, come on, we got this. Left, right, L, R, Z, L, Z, R, B, A, release A, release B, release Z, R, Z, L, R, L, stick. Great, up, release, left, right, release, down. Okay, direction, ZR, ZL, RL. Click stick, press B, Press A, release stick, release B, release A, rotate, rotate, L, R, Z, up, Z direction, release, whew. I will not be going for the third one. Okay. I will not be. It's a good smoothie, though. Every complex input appeared to pose you no problem. Okay, well, I guess I'll try part 3. I guess I will try it. Part 3 is the last part. It will task you with unlocking random patterns. Okay, it's on shuffle now, instead of a specific series of inputs, so I cannot rely on memorization this time. Okay. B and A, good stuff. Tilt. Click. Okay. That was tough. Okay, I'm gonna move on from this one. That was a tough one, but I think I'm just gonna move on from that one. And such speed! It seems you're able to handle buttons and stick inputs quite well. Determined that with additional practice, you will grow ever more familiar with the GLGR buttons. Okay, that's great, man. We got all the stamps here. There's only the one mini game, and it's 3 levels. There is another quiz to do here. Oh, I took a screenshot. Oops. Not really. Just, you know. Okay, let's read this thing. Let's read it. Whatever this is. Light and thin. In terms of weight, the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro Controller is a little bit lighter than its predecessor. The center also has been made thinner. Okay. This is to give you room to rest your middle and ring finger while you're holding the controller. It's easier to hold in general. The Nintendo Switch 2 Pro Controller is lighter and thinner than the Nintendo Switch Pro Controller. Cool, man. It's very cool. Smooth gliding sticks. See, the Nintendo Switch Pro Controller, so you could refer to them as smooth gliding sticks. That's because they're designed not to feel sticky or like they're snagging on anything. Also, there shouldn't be any noise when you tilt them all the way. The stick's axes have been designed never to reach the limit of their range. Instead, they stop at a certain point that you can't see from the outside. And at the point of contact, we've placed a soft sheet. This gently cushions the area and makes it quieter. All of this helps them glide pretty smoothly. These smooth gliding sticks are quiet and don't snag. So that is a thing. I don't know, I'll try it. Compared this to on the Switch 1 Pro Controller versus, and I'm not saying it makes no noise, but it is a lot quieter than this. You know? Seamless grips. Even the Nintendo Switch 2 controller grips were given some consideration. You may notice that the controller's grips are seamless. We made sure that there are no grooves in place that your hands might easily touch. This prevents dirt or grime from building up in the cracks. You don't want dirty cracks, is all I'm saying. Plus, it just feels nice to hold. That's true. To tell you the truth, it was incredibly difficult to make such a complex controller shape out of plastic, especially one without any grooves. It took a lot of finessing, but we made it work. The seamless grip has no cracks or grooves. You know, I hadn't even thought of that. Because, yeah, again, the Switch 1 Pro controller. You've got a seam along here, and here, like all around the grippy part, all around the controller perimeter. There's lots of fewer grooves. Sorry for bumping the mic. Again, I am terrible at this. I've only been streaming. Look, guys, I've only been streaming for like 7 years, okay? I'm still new to this. Anyway, one thing about the grip of the Pro Controller is that its design differs slightly from the Nintendo Switch counterpart. We took some inspiration from the Nintendo GameCube controller grip and thinned out where you hold it. Why? Why? Because it gives your middle and ring fingers some more space to rest. The controller is now easier to hold. The design is inspired by the GameCube controller. Great, okay. Let's quiz time. It's quiz time. Bing. Question 1. In what way has it been modified to make it easier to hold? It's thinner. And also it comes with special gloves. Didn't you know that? Which of the following is a way you could refer to Nintendo Switch 2 Pro? It's the smooth... I like vegetable sticks, though. That's a great answer. What has been removed from places on the Switch 2 Pro controller that your hands might easily touch? Grooves! The grips on the Switch 2 Pro controller were inspired by the design of the GameCube controller. Done. I honestly think it might be my favorite controller ever now. This is true. Like, I'm legit very impressed with it. So yeah. Perfect score. Boom. This lady again. I met a lot of visitors here, but you're a real rarity. Why are you following me around? Anyways, you? I guess we're done on the Pro Controller. Goodbye, Pro Controller. I'll miss you. We are done on the Pro Controller, right? Yeah, I would say we got all the stamps. There was only the one minigame, so yeah, that's fine. Let's go over to K, whatever K. K must be the wheel, right? Did you get all the stamps in Area J? I sure did. Sure did. Looks like you did. You can add on through. Bing. Great. The Joy-Con 2 wheel area. Is this the final area? I cannot pull the camera out to see. But it looks like there was maybe there's 2 wheels. Because you can see the blue one there. Look at this guy. What's he doing? What's this guy doing? He's having a great time, I guess. Look at some rope. Now, I do not have the wheel, to be honest with you. So I don't know how this is gonna go or how. Oh, not allowed. Not allowed down there. Not allowed. Oop, oop. Push here to press the button on the. Okay, I see. I see. I see. Probably one over here then, right? Yeah, yeah. He's definitely living his best life up there. 100%. Is this where the Joy-Con 2 controller goes, huh? Yeah, man. I can't go down there. It looks like a slide. Like I should be able to slide down here. But I can't. It is forbidden. I'm going up. Bing. Okay. You know what though? I had a thought. I'm gonna try this out. Let's see if we can try this out. If it'll be like you don't have the wheel. Or if it won't know because if it'll let me just use the Joy-Con on its own. You do know what you're getting yourself into here, right? This is a minigame about driving cars, but this ain't your average drag race. This is No, it's not RuPaul's Drag Race either. You can tilt the Joy-Con 2 controller to drive on 2 wheels. You can put mouse controls, moving the car left to right. Sometimes you have to drive on 2 wheels to squeeze through tight gaps. Two-wheeling it should also give you enough height to catch the speed boosts in the air. Your aim is to get to the goal as quickly as possible. Alright, well, let's try it out. I have to change to not the Pro Controller, I think. Yeah, in fact, it automatically powered the Pro Controller off. Why is it mouse controls on the wheel? How strange. I thought it was gonna, anyways. Very strange. Okay. Okay. Well, that didn't quite work. Not quite. Oh boy. Okay, well that's... Alright. Well... You gotta stay on the track as well. Well, I still got a medal somehow, even though I messed it up so badly. They said, yeah, you're fine. Also, welcome back, Tetra. Welcome back. Oops. Okay. This time we're not quite that. What's with the ghost hand? That's my hand, and I'm a ghost. Now how do you feel, Tetra? No, that's just how you control the game. It's like telling you to use the mouse. Alright. Mario Kart, it is not. You're really tearing up the asphalt. You shouldn't do that, though. That could be considered vandalism. My taxes paid for that asphalt, and you just go want to tear it up? Ain't no way. Anyways, part 2 is out. Okay. Let's try part 2. So I think I need to be more mindful of the way, like, the car itself will shift. See? It's like, use it. So don't be centered. Think about where the wheels actually are. Me. To myself. The ghost hand is a little weird, though. They probably could just, like, show just the car. I feel like people would understand that. So don't crash your car. As well. No, no. Okay. Y'all, I'm not good at this. At all. Oh boy. Okay, what is this demonstrating? You know what? Mankind's desire to have ghost hands. Wow, oh man, I thought I would squeak through there. Great, nailed it. You know what? Can I just hit the restart? Yeah, we can. Again? Again? What if I just tilt? And then tilt, and then, oh, okay, well I was trying to go for something a little sneaky there, but let's just restart. They wouldn't dare insure me. Dang it. I love how terrible I am at everything. Okay, so, yeah. Damn, okay. But I was tilted. I was so tilted there. Well, that's one medal. I guess I will just concede to the game. Say, okay, well, that's fine. I tried the thing out. Pretty fast, he says. I enjoyed your stunt driving. Well, you shouldn't. I was bad at it, so goodbye. But thanks for being so polite. I don't know. Let's go up the escalator. We're escalating this situation, if you know what I mean. I run. Why did I think there would be something there? Don't jump, kids. Okay, anyways, no stamps here, huh? Let's read about the wheel that I will never buy, but I'll read about it. Boop, 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 boop. For the Joy-Con 2 wheel easily attaching is so easy to do that when you're using this Nintendo Switch Joy-Con wheel. The Joy-Con has to be pushed in and then pulled out to remove. Yeah? Okay. As for the Joy-Con 2 wheel, magnets. Magnets. The Joy-Con 2 controller can be easily attached or detached because of magnets. To make sure the Joy-Con 2 controller can be easily inserted into the Joy-Con 2 wheel, we added a little gap beneath the Joy-Con. However, simply including a gap would cause the Joy-Con 2 controller to become dislodged when this control stick is tilted. So what did we do? What did we do? Well, we need a solution. There's rubber attached here. It may look like the control stick will bump it when tilted down, but it's positioned to hold the Joy-Con 2 in place. Thanks to this, the Joy-Con 2 controller feels securely attached and won't accidentally detach. Joy-Con 2 attaches securely and feels like it's suctioned on. Suction. Rubber is positioned at just the right place to help. So remember to use your rubber in the right place. And also suction is good. Right, so. The Joy-Con 2 wheel and Joy-Con 2 controller are attached magnetically. The magnets in the Joy-Con 2 wheel stick to the steel SL and SR buttons on the Joy-Con 2 controllers, and when the SL and SR buttons on the Joy-Con 2 wheel are pressed, the SL SR button on the Joy-Con 2 controller inside the wheel are pressed too. But having them pressed down normally wasn't enough. If you move the magnets, the Joy-Con 2 moves with them. This can result in the SL SR buttons not getting pressed as intended. If the SL SR buttons are pressed with something like a rod, Joy-Con 2 controller will come off the magnet. So what did we do? We made the magnets rotate. At the access point, the Joy-Con 2 is still stuck to the magnet and doesn't move. The SL SR buttons are being pressed where the magnets rotate. That's actually kind of clever. Anyways, the magnets rotate and press down on the buttons while attached. The suction sound effect, it was absolutely essential. I think I think it was important. An important inclusion. The Joy-Con 2 wheel pulls in the Joy-Con 2 controller. It does so using magnets for the third time. So the closer a magnet is to the thing it's sticking to, the stronger the pull. We wanted it to be difficult to detach the Joy-Con 2 from the wheel. So we made plastic around the magnets quite thin. It's common to use plastic with a thickness of approximately 1 millimeter, but in this case, the plastic we're using is especially thin. It's less than 0.3 millimeters. We did this so that the wheel and the Joy-Con 2 are as close together as possible. They're nice and snug. They're so close. The plastic around the magnet is less than 0.3 millimeters thick. Magnets. Thank you, Lily, for the reminder. I had already forgotten, actually, so I appreciate you reminding me. What messes up magnets? I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. How does it attach? Oh my god, it couldn't be. It's gotta be strong conviction, right? It's magnets, guys. So it's the strong conviction of magnets. What helps the wheel, the controller easily attach the wheel? A gap was added just below. Good vibes, actually. It's good vibes for sure. What happens to the magnets positioned between the Joy-Con 2 controller? They rotate and stretch. Have you ever tried stretching a magnet? How thick is the plastic? It's less than 0.3 millimeters. Cha-ching! It's perfect. Your score is perfect, kid. Alright. Thanks. And thanks for all the puns. But it looks like there's more quiz to quiz you on. Okay. I guess I'll do that. What do you know about screws? Specifically the ones hidden in the Joy-Con 2 wheel. Okay, well, I accidentally pressed the wrong button. So have you thought about that? I'm interested, I guess. I'm not really that interested in it, but I'm going to do it for completion's sake. The wheels are of a similar size. As you probably already know, the Joy-Con 2 is larger than the Nintendo Switch Joy-Con. But when you compare the wheels, you'll notice there isn't much size difference, huh? These roughly equal size was about as small as we could make it. This was to ensure that people with smaller hands could reach the control sticks and buttons. That said, even though it's about the same size overall, the SL and SR buttons are now larger and easier to press. I mean, that's good. The wheel's size makes it easy to use the control stick and buttons, but the SL and SR buttons are easier to press. Boop-a-boop. I feel like Bradley's just so in and out. He was gone, he BRB'd, and then he came back, and now he's BRB again. Just makes me want to cry. No, just kidding. I'm kidding you. I'm kidding you, Bradley. I'm joshing you. The Nintendo Switch Joy-Con wheel has a groove where the parts join. You'll likely you're likely to touch this part with your fingers, so we thought about how to prevent this from happening. You can see that the Joy-Con 2 wheel parts are shaped differently. There are almost no grooves on the outside. That's actually a bit unusual. All of this makes it pretty nice to hold. The wheel groove is in a place your fingers are unlikely to reach. Okay. Hidden screws. The Joy-Con 2 wheel has a lot of screws. Ah, screw that. They're needed to hold the plastic in place. But do you know where they are? There are 6 screws hidden underneath that outer plastic. We hid them to make it look as much like a wheel as possible. Okay, the screws are hidden. Okay, cool. That's great. I love that. On the topic of wheels, Nintendo's had a steering wheel controls available for a long time. The Wii had it. Remember? Remember the Wii? The Joy-Con wheel for the Switch had it. So really just, oh yeah, the Toy-Con. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, on the Nintendo Labo. Most expensive cardboard I ever bought. This is just a few examples. Or all of them, I think. If you go back all the way, you can find even more. Oh, never mind. Oh, never mind. There's the Racing 112 from 1978. Oh, Even Drive game from 1996. Both, they were exclusive to Japan, though, so don't even think about me knowing what it was. Steering wheel controls let you enjoy the feeling of driving a car. How nice. How nice. I love how I was like, that's all of them, and then Nintendo said, no, it's not, you idiot. Don't be such a know-it-all, Daniel. Me. Anyways, welcome back, Bradley. Let's take a quiz about Joy-Con 2 wheels. Question number 1. Which is bigger? They're the same size. I thought that was the whole point. Or very close to the same size. What has been done to make the Joy-Con 2 wheel easier to grip? The grooves are now mostly out of reach. Question number 3. There are 6 hidden screws. Where are they hidden? It's in a small wardrobe. They just take the screws. They don't put them in the controller. They put a small wardrobe in your room somewhere. You don't even know where it is. Of the following games that use steering wheel controls, which is the oldest? I want to say it was this one. But I might have been too busy joking around. No way! What did I get wrong? Hold on. Which of the ones was the oldest one? Da-da-da-da. Racing 112, 1978. Drive game was 1966. Okay, there it is. Drive game. Drive your game. Your game has driven me to madness. The answer is Drive game. Ta-da! Okay, they're the same size, mostly. Okay, the grooves, man. They're out of reach. Out of reach grooves. There's a small wardrobe. Just kidding. Drive game. I guess that would be the oldest one because they couldn't think of a better name than Drive game. Cha-ching! Perfect score, man. You did it. Okay. Impressive. Your knowledge. No, look, man. I messed that up the first time because I was too busy joking. Too busy joshing around. Actually, wait. Stamps. Are we missing stamps? We sure are. We're missing 3 stamps, guys. Let's go around the perimeter. We're in here? Oh, this guy's having a great time. What are you doing, man? Will you marry me? What the hell? No, I just met you. Man, no. Grip. Okay. Wouldn't this be a groove? I feel like this big thing is a groove. That's very much where your fingers would be. Oh, maybe he's asking her. Said I can't hear you. Oh, he's asking her. They should probably meet in the middle somewhere. You know? Okay, let's see. Let's see what's up with this demo, huh? What's up with this demo? You can feel the vibrations from HT Rumble 2 that mimic the feeling of a motorcycle engine. This isn't a minigame, so don't expect any hairpin turns or actual racing. It's all about the feeling, the thundering roar of the engine, the adrenaline pumping, gear shifts, the thrill of opening up the throttle and letting it rip. Okay, yeah, alright. Let's try it out, please. Thank you. I'd like to go in and try it. Mm-hmm. Okay. Hold them like handlebars. Sure. With the sticks downward, okay? We're gonna drive slowly for 10 seconds. Not too, yeah, this is slow, right? This is slow enough? Do you consider drive slowly for 10 seconds? Yeah, it is. Let's reach maximum speed. I'm going for max speed. Yay! We did it, I guess. I mean, it does vibrate. Sure does. The vibration was pretty... Yeah, I don't know. I've never rid a motorcycle in real life, so I'm just gonna have to take their word for it. It felt right to me. To my untrained hands. You know? You know what I need to do? Boop. Just gonna do. Do the old lost and found? Okay. Ah. Going up. Now I'm missing 2 stamps still. But what? Carpal tunnel. Tetra, no. Not good. I feel like you could probably turn the rumble off entirely. Tell you what, let's take a look in... I mean, that was like an extreme example of it, you know? Can turn off controller vibrations completely. Yeah, there you go. There you go. It is an option. So that's good, at least. I need stamps. You're afraid it'll immediately burst into flames? What? Why would it? Ooh. There's one. The other one's got to be here for the SL button then, right? Yes. Why would it burst into flames? I'm confused about that. It's covered in dust. Oh. Yeah, I think the Wii would be fine. It's a pretty, like, low power consuming system, you know? Yeah, wait, where was it? Where was L? The entrance to L? Wee. Was it back on the console? I wasn't paying enough attention, guys. Yeah, you can always give it a quick little dust. Whee! Was that what this is? Yeah, it is. Did you get the stamp scenario? Okay, sure did, man. Okay, I actually have no idea what's going to be in L. Area L. And now we know. I'm a little surprised that this would have its own area. Wait. I mean, it's kind of neat actually running on the kickstand like that. Because the Joy-Cons internal areas were just like, no, I guess they were separate actually, but you got to go on them like right away. I guess it makes sense they would want to save this one for later, right? You know, the more I think about it, the more sense it actually does make. We're inside. I'm in. It's the charger. Lower charger, I should say. Ooh, this is kind of cool, actually. Not gonna lie. Have you ever wanted to be inside your Switch? Oh, and there's a second floor there. That's what that. There's like a little manhole cover. He's like right here. He's to go inside. Lower. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. What else? Oh, there's the fan. Wow. Well, sure. Let's just start here then. You can learn about the Switch 2 console's wireless communication. We'll learn about Bluetooth and Wi-Fi and more. Oh my. Different types of wireless communication. When it comes to wireless communication on Nintendo Switch 2, a few different methods are possible. There's online communication via Wi-Fi, Bluetooth communication between the Nintendo Switch 2 console and other devices such as Joy-Con 2 controllers, near-field NFC with Amiibo for sure, near-field communication, and local communication between consoles. Quite a list, huh? And since none of these communication methods involve cables, you don't have to worry about getting in the way or tangled up. Wireless communication can be pretty convenient. Nintendo Switch 2 offers a range of wireless communication methods. Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, NFC, and local communication are all possible. Check out the GPU already. They use NVIDIA, AMD, or Intel. I believe it was already said that they were using a custom NVIDIA GPU. A custom one that NVIDIA made for the Switch. But we'll have to see if it says. Within the Nintendo Switch 2 console, there are 3 antennas. These 3 antennas exchange signals with other devices. They're used to connect devices such as the Joy-Con 2 controllers, Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controllers, or Bluetooth headphones. They can also be used to connect to the internet via Wi-Fi, or to other consoles, other Nintendo Switch 2 consoles. What's more, the parts encasing the antenna, as well as the console itself, have an additional function. They actually help the antennas work. Nintendo Switch 2 console has 3 antennae. The parts that encase the console are also help the antenna. Okay. The Wi-Fi signal used for online communications and Bluetooth signal used for devices such as the Joy-Con 2 can get mixed up. If we don't employ extra measures to prevent this, it can result in poor communication between devices. So to help prevent this, we made sure that the signals take turns. The console can use either Wi-Fi or Bluetooth, but not both at the same time. It can switch between these 2 types of communication very quickly. It also ever so slightly offsets the type of signal used. With these measures in place, the signals have a much lower risk of getting mixed up. Wi-Fi and Bluetooth communication take turns. The consoles alternate between signal types so they don't get mixed up. Fun fact! It's difficult for radio signals to pass through the human body. So when the console is using Wi-Fi communication, If your hands or body is close to the antenna, it may weaken the signal. We took steps to make sure that the signal wouldn't get weakened too much. One way we did this was by considering the position of the antennas. It was chosen to ensure that your hands aren't blocking the antennas when playing in handheld mode. As for the Joy-Con 2 controller's antennas, there are different ways to hold controllers depending on the game, so we tried to distribute them evenly as best we could. There are other antennas in the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller. There's only one way to hold the Pro controller, so we kept the antenna away from your expected hand positions. Basically, the antennas were positioned based on how you would be holding the controllers. It's difficult for radio signals to pass through the human body. Antennas are placed as far away from your hands as possible. Neat. In the past, Nintendo game consoles used cables for communication, but as time went on, there was a gradual shift to wireless technology. It used to be that when you wanted to connect two game consoles together to play, you would need a special cable to link them. The Game Boy or Game Boy Advance systems are examples of this. Later, a special adapter enabled wireless communication for Game Boy Advance. Nintendo DS followed with wireless communication capabilities as well as for controllers. Up until Nintendo GameCube, Nintendo controllers had to be connected with a cable. I believe GameCube even had a wireless controller. The Wavebird, which is a great controller. I have it somewhere here. But, yeah. Never mind. This is when the Wavebird controller came along, which uses dedicated radio signals. The Wii Remote after this uses Bluetooth. A similar shift can be seen with regard to internet connections. Nintendo GameCube had to be connected to the internet via a LAN cable. After this, Nintendo DS and Wii went on to use Wi-Fi technology. Starting from the 2000s, the number of Nintendo devices utilizing wireless communication steadily increased. In the past, game consoles required cables. Yep, that's true. The camel hump is covered. It's true. It's true. My knowledge camel powers were for naught. Okay, quiz time. Quiz time. You like quizzes? Good. Question 1. Which of the following can communicate wirelessly with the Nintendo Switch 2 console? It's definitely Hanafuda playing cards. No, it's Amiibo. Amiibo have no wires. What are three of these inside? These are antenna, but they should be umbrellas. You don't want your system to get wet. That would be bad. When the Nintendo Switch 2 console uses wireless communication, which of the following is offset? Tidal waves, for sure. For sure. It's for sure tidal waves, right? Which of the following is most difficult for signals to pass through? The human body, apparently. We got too much going on in there. Historically, through which medium have Nintendo game consoles communicated with each other? The Postal Service, actually. It was the Postal Service. I had a mailman that we could go between my friend's house and mine, and... No, I'm kidding you. Anyways, that's a score. So, fantastic. Great, thank you. Ta-da! Great quiz. So we're not quite done here yet. However, this is normally a little bit after even I would end the stream, but I think we're going to go for a little longer because I want to explore this area more. And I don't think I want to do a third stream of this, so we're just going to go a little over time. In order to achieve going over time, we're going to take a quick pee break, even though Romulus just got here. So sorry about that. But we'll be right back in just a moment here, folks. Just a quick moment, and then we will be right back. Here's a music. BRB friend. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, you all. Welcome back. So, hope you had a relieving little bathroom break. I thought you would have finished. So I also didn't expect this game to be that long, Ron. There's more to it than I expected. It's kind of a pleasant surprise, I guess. But yeah. So let us carry on. Where do I begin, though? Actually, we might not even be able to. Oh wait. Oh yeah, it's a little underpass. Okay. Okay. Hey. I didn't I found a lost and found item. I didn't expect to be able to wander around here so much. Where? There we go. Oh, microphone. Ah. Yeah, well. Anything over here? No. Alright, that's gonna be taking us back where we already were. Okay, what I am gonna do real quick is back here to the lost and found desk. Yay! That's all the lost personal effects accounted for. Woo! Yay! I don't believe anyone has explored this exhibition as much as you. For that, I'd like to award you the title of VIV. Viv. That's my name now. No, very important visitor. If I could, just borrow your map for a sec. There. Put a sticker. A little star sticker. This is to show you that we consider you very important, visitor. Now go and enjoy. Cool, man. I'm just gonna go down here again. And, you know, like, I don't even know what would be stamp-worthy here. Or what, pardon me, would have a stamp on it. Oh, this would. Micro SD slot. Okay, yeah. Micro SD Express. You can learn about Micro SD Express memory cards here. You'll find out how they differ from Micro SD cards. Okay. Sure, let's do that. Here we go. A Micro SD Express card can be used to save various Nintendo Switch 2 save data. Downloaded games as well as photos and videos captured with the capture button are saved to this card. It's a handy thing to have if you run out of system memory. You can use a Micro SD card on the Nintendo Switch console, but only a Micro SD Express card will work on a Nintendo Switch 2 console. You'll find a place for it in the spot where you can pull out the stand. You just need to insert the card into the slot marked Micro SD Express and you should be good to go. If no system memory is available, Micro SD Express card could help. Great. Today I finally watched the first half of your Link's Awakening dungeon videos. That was great, which interested me more out of these. Hey, I'm glad to hear that. I think, you know, not to toot my own horn, I think the Link's Awakening videos are some of my favorite that I've ever made. So I'm really glad you're enjoying them. I'm really glad. I love that game so much. Let's take a closer look at the Micro SD Express card. While it may look similar to a Micro SD card, there are key differences you should notice once you flip it over. It has a lot more pins. With these pins, data can be read and written in a new way. But since the original pins are still there, it can even work as a Micro SD card. It's actually compatible with Nintendo Switch consoles. Micro SD Express cards have more pins. By having more pins, data can be read from and written to in different ways. Okay. With the Micro SD Express card, the Nintendo Switch 2 console has a new way to read and write data. Compared to when you use a Micro SD card on the Nintendo Switch console, Assuming a buffer size of 4 megabytes, the read speed will be about 8 times faster. However, different cards will typically read and write at different speeds. Some games may be doing more in the background than just loading, which means loading speeds may not always be around 8 times faster. Reading and writing speeds are getting faster. To summarize, microSD Express cards can be read from and written to very quickly. Great. Good to know. The Nintendo Switch 2 console only accepts a specific type of card. And that is the microSD Express card. I can't say anything about the other videos yet, but yes, it is really good. Oh, well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. But yeah, I think they're some of my best work. Personally, not to knock my own work. Obviously, I think my Echoes videos are coming along quite well. But I think with Link's Awakening, I was also feeling very impassioned about the game, which I hope shines through in those videos. I just love the game, and I love talking about it. So yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying them. I hope the rest is as good. I think the last like 3 of those videos were some of the best things. Yeah, super good. What is take note that microSD cards won't work. The Nintendo Switch 2 console takes advantage of the speed at which microSD Express cards can read and write data. And we'd like you to benefit from this extra speed as you enjoy new games. Although, that's not to say the microSD cards are completely unusable. If you still have photos and images saved to a microSD card that was used on a Nintendo Switch console, you can copy the data from the microSD card to the Nintendo Switch 2 console's system memory. That's actually something I already did. The Nintendo Switch 2 console only supports microSD Express cards. This allows new games to make full use of the microSD Express card's capabilities. The microSD Express card is fast. In fact, because it sends signals so quickly, it tends to get hot. Naturally, we've tried as much as we can to avoid heat buildup. We thought about where to place the microSD card slot. We decided to put it near one of the air inlets to help keep it cool. On top of that, we kept the microSD card slot farther away from other parts of the console that are likely to get hot. We even applied graphite sheets to the microSD Express card slot. These sheets are very effective at transferring heat. The sheets help spread the heat around, which keeps the area cool. Oh, that's neat. I didn't know that. MicroSD cards can get hot easily. Steps have been taken to try and prevent the cards from heating up. Tedra's gotta head out. Thanks for hanging out, Tedra. Tedra? With the D in there? Tetra? I can't say words. Thanks for being here, friend. And we'll catch you tomorrow, I hope. I hope so. Thanks. Appreciate you, man. And now we're going to take a quiz. Let's try it out. Insights quiz. Okay, question number 1. Which of the following can be inserted? Oh, you gotta throw your greeting cards in there. It's obviously the microSD Express memory cards. Obvi. What does a microSD Express memory card have more of? Pins. Pins. How do the read and write speeds? Oh, they are a lot faster. Supposedly. What aspect of my microSD Express memory cards do games? Their reading and writing speeds. The Nintendo Switch 2 console has been designed to benefit microSD memory cards in one way. It stops them from heating up. Well, it tries to. It tries to accommodate for the heat. Bing! Great. Okay, cool. Right. Oh, before I forget, I'd like to introduce you to my associate here. Let me explain. What? He's actually my personal assistant. He's always by my side jotting down notes. Though, to be honest, I have no idea what he's taking notes on. He's a bit on the quiet side, but on the inside, he holds a blazing passion. We're conducting an inspection of the venue at the moment. Oh, okay. Okay, well, that's nice. Goodbye. Ooh, what's this? Battery. What the? My doppelganger? My doppelganger? Oh, no, he's a little more tanned than me, you know, but otherwise. Alright, let's see what's up with this. Slot in the shapes. 4 shapes. Okay, sure. Let's slot in the shapes. 4 shapes. In this minigame, you have to fit shapes themed on the 4 suits of a pack of cards into the correct slots. Okay. Mouse controls, rotate them, put them in the slots. You got it. Toddler game. Game for toddlers. Alright. Alright, quickly fit it into the slots. We're gonna fit shapes into some slots. Yay. Boom, first try, nailed it. I can do the game based on a piece of wooden toy made for toddlers. Yeehaw. Anyways. Everything's fine. It's fine. Looks like there's 3 mini games in this area, so that's good to know. Bing, bing, bing. Great. Alright. Now part 2. I guess we'll do part 2 as well. Alright. In part 2, the slots for each of the shapes will start to float around a bit. Okay. Are you smarter than a toddler? I at least am able to organize shapes quickly. At least in the same, you know, anyways. They're floating. Hey, get in there. Get in there. There we go. Oh, the... That spade one? I know it's a spade, but I thought it looked like Makar's face. You know, Koroks. Boom! Great, okay. Thanks for that. Bada bing, bada boom. We got 93 medals total. So that's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. Okay. Just wanted to look around. I guess we'll do a quiz. Let's learn about it. Console screen. Okay, interesting. Vivid screen. I swear we've already read about a vivid screen, but okay. The screen produces some very vivid colors. Deep, vibrant red, for example. In order to produce such rich colors, a very thick color filter is used. That color filter is thick. However, when you use a thick filter, the resulting image will be darker. If you compensate for this with more brightness, the battery will drain more quickly. If we see that same explosion again, I swear, we didn't want to compromise on battery life, so instead, to keep the images from getting too dark, we made the shining dots, the pixels, as large as they could be. We also made other customizations along these lines. The screen has been customized to display rich, vibrant colors. Liquid crystal display. The Nintendo Switch 2 screen uses a liquid crystal display, aka an LCD. It works in much the same way as the Nintendo Switch 2, the Nintendo Switch 1, the first one's console screen, which was also LCD. It's much brighter and more vivid than the Nintendo Switch console screen, though. Also, the Nintendo Switch model OLED model uses an OLED system. Obviously, OLED screens are very vivid. I do really like the OLED screen on the Switch 1, actually. But the Switch 2 console's LCD screen is also quite striking. While it's true that OLED models' colors are a little richer, the Nintendo Switch 2 console screen can be brighter. The screen is also HDR compatible. For those who have both consoles, it might be interesting to compare them. The Nintendo Switch 2 console's LCD screen is brighter and more vivid than the Nintendo Switch console screen. It can also be brighter than the Nintendo Switch OLED model screen. I will say the OLED screen I really like, and it's like very... I think the biggest benefit of it is the deep blacks you can get. Because on the base model Switch, blacks tend to just come out as dark grays more than blacks themselves, do you know what I mean? So it's different. It's different, that's all. The number of times per second that a screen changes its image is called the refresh rate. For example, if the image were to change 60 times per second, you would say that its refresh rate is 60 Hertz. In the case of Nintendo Switch 2 console screen, it supports a refresh rate of 120 Hertz. It also supports VRR, that's variable refresh rate, which allows for switching between refresh rates, but each of these features have also been fine-tuned. If the image changes 120 times per second, the pictures do change incredibly quickly. But it also means anything that interferes with the signal, such as resistance, will have a more noticeable effect. This can ruin the image as a result, so we had to implement a few ways to reduce the amount of interference. That image flickering is like too much, Nintendo. Conversely, when there are fewer pictures changing per second, the colors gradually fade and the image gets darker. So we had to find ways to ensure that the colors don't fade easily. The number of times the image changes per screen is called the refresh rate. We already know this. Altering the number of times the images change requires various measurements. Okay, cool. Yeah, I imagine that there will be an OLED model probably in the future. I imagine as much, at least. But we'll see. We'll see. Console screen. Volume 2. Which of the... Oh, it's definitely an apple peel. No, that's that thick red filter. Okay. Question number 2. Switch screen outputs this image via what? Plasma. No, it's shadow puppetry, obviously. And there's a little man in there using his fingers. What's the term? We're looking at the refresh rate. Done. Cha-ching! Great. Bazinga. But wait, there's more. There's more. There's more. I guess we'll learn about this. Ding, ding, ding. A bigger screen. In terms of screen size, the Nintendo Switch 2 console screen is about 7.9 inches diagonally. Compare this with the Nintendo Switch system console's 6.2 inch screen, and the 7-inch screen of the OLED model has gotten pretty big. But we do like it big. In fact, it's the biggest screen of all the Nintendo consoles to date. This makes it look even more impressive in tabletop and handheld modes. We like an impressively large look, don't we? It's also easier when playing with others. By the way, it's actually slightly bigger than 7.9 inches. The Nintendo Switch 2 console screen is the largest of any, and it's slightly bigger than 7 point whatever it was. Anyways, sometimes bigger is better. Sometimes bigger is better. Nintendo said it, not me. Okay? The Nintendo Switch 2 console does have a large screen, which actually has some benefits you might not be aware of. For instance, a bigger screen means that the computer can do even more calculations. How? Well, the more calculations a computer performs, the hotter it gets. The larger the device, the less likely it is to heat up. This allows the computer to perform lots of calculations. There's still hope. Darren! Only sometimes. Though there's still hope. Oh no. So to lay it all out, the bigger the screen, the bigger the console, the larger the console, the less likely it is to heat up. Sometimes it's nice when it gets a little hot. I mean, no, not the console though. The cooler it stays, the more calculations the computer can do. And the more calculations it can do, the more pictures and characters it can ultimately calculate. So, if the computer can calculate lots of pictures and characters, then the images should look clear and smooth, and many characters can be moving around at once. That's the goal, anyway. If the screen is bigger, the images on the screen will often look better too. Boop-a-da-boop-boop. The Nintendo Switch 2 console does have a large screen, which actually has some benefits you might not be aware of. For instance, a bigger screen means that the computer can do even more Wait, this is the one I just read by accident. I meant to read it. I meant to read the next one over. Sorry. The Nintendo Switch 2 console's screen lights up to fully display images, or it lights up fully to display images. The light is produced by white LEDs. A single LED emits a tiny point of light. As they are, These little lights aren't enough to light up the whole screen, but with the use of a translucent plate called a light guiding plate, the light of an LED can be spread. So sometimes you just gotta spread them. There's a slight unevenness to the plate. This reflects the light in a complex, uneven way that spreads out in this way. By shining up a bunch of LEDs next to the plate, the entire screen can light up. To ensure uniform brightness of the screen, we experimented with different bumpy patterns, eventually settling on the current design. Small points of light illuminate the entire screen. Great, okay. Wait, no, I was trying to... This is my fault. Alright, let's take this quiz. Boom! Insights Quiz Console Screen, Volume 3. Question number 1. In terms of size, roughly how many inches? 7.9. Nearly 8 inches. What can the Nintendo Switch 2 console do now that it's bigger? It can write essays, and it can feel human emotion. No, has Nintendo gone too far? The light that lights up the entire Switch 2 screen starts out as small little dots of light. Little LEDs. Ba-ba-bing. Great, I love that. Okay. You've done well. Okay, that's great. She says she's proud of me. Oh, there's another one? How many quizzes about the console screen are there? Okay, well, let's read about it. Here comes quiz number 4, but first, slightly lower screen. One thing about the Nintendo Switch 2 console screen is that it's actually at a slightly different depth from the area around it. How slightly, you may ask? Well, the screen is deeper by about the thickness of a thin piece of paper. It's barely noticeable, but this height difference helps prevent the screen from coming into contact with the floor or other surfaces. The screen is deeper than the area around it by about the thickness of a sheet of paper. Interesting. One thing about the Nintendo Switch 2 console screen is this made up of many overlapping parts. There's the LCD, liquid crystal display, a shatter-resistant film, screen cover, transparent plastic, 2 polarizing plates, 2 pieces of glass, a touch sensor, a light guiding plate, an LED film, and so on. With all these parts layered on top of each other, there was a risk of the screen becoming too thick. There wouldn't have been space left for other parts, so we made the cover out of thin tempered glass. For other parts, we chose the thinnest possible one we could find. Basically, we designed the screen to be as thin as possible. And then I bought a tempered glass screen projector and slapped it on top of mine. The Nintendo Switch 2 console's screen is made up of many overlapping parts. The screen has been made as thin as possible. A long, thin IC. Often, on the inside of a computer, there's a component called an IC, integrated circuit. It's typically square-shaped. As for the IC that controls the Nintendo Switch 2 console screen and touch input, it's pretty thin, measuring about 30 millimeters by 1 millimeter. It has to control more than 2 million dots called pixels, 1920 horizontally by 1080p vertically, as well as over 900 touch sensors. Oh, they gave you one for free. That's really nice of them, actually. That's hella. It uses over 3,000 wires to achieve this. In order to be able to attach all the terminals connecting so many wires, the IC had to be long and thin. The integrated circuit that governs the screen and touch input is long and thin. This IC requires many terminals. BRB again. Bradley! No, I kid ya. I kid ya. Let's quiz. Quiz time. Red. Anyways, console screen, volume 4, question number 1. So it's a notepad, for sure. It's a sheet of printed paper. The components shown are layered on top of each other to make what part the screen, in case you forgot what we were quizzing about. What kind of shape is the IC that controls its long and thin? Done. Ta-da! Great, great. I love that. Great. Goodbye. Goodbye. My guy's bucket hat and pants are kind of blending in here. Ooh, there's a stamp. Brightness sensor. Volume buttons. Alright, alright. We got the power button, but the inside. One of the 3 antenna. Interesting, interesting. Was there? Okay, let's do another quiz. About the battery. Just a quick little quiz, a quickie, if you will. 1.2 battery capacity. In terms of performance, the Nintendo Switch 2 console is several times better than the Nintendo Switch console. Naturally, this means it requires more power. We've done our best to reduce the amount of power it uses, of course, but even after optimizing the console, we needed to get it more power. If we had used the same battery that's in the Nintendo Switch, you wouldn't be able to use the Nintendo Switch 2 for very long. So, for the Nintendo Switch 2, we opted for a different battery. This new 5220 mAh battery has 1.2 times the capacity of the old one. mAh stands for milliampere hours. Yep. It's a big old battery. It's about 20% more. 1.2 times, so it's like 20% extra. An increase of 1.2 doesn't mean you'll be able to use the console for 1.2 times longer, but we did our best to maximize the time that you can play on it. Nintendo Switch 2 console consumes a lot of power. We gave it 1.2 times the battery capacity to let you use it for as long as possible. Great. Battery longevity. We believe that video game consoles should be long-term companions. We'd like you to be able to keep on using them for many years to come. That's why we did our best to make sure that the Nintendo Switch 2 console's battery lasts a long time. There are a few things we did to achieve this. We purposely tried to ensure that the battery doesn't get too much power when it's charged. If it did, the energy output would be slightly weakened, and the battery could begin to degrade. Also, it's easy to damage a battery with fast charging, so we've done our best to prevent this. Our focus was on how many times the console can be charged. We want it to be able to charge even more times than a smart device. The Switch 2 console has been designed for long-term use. It's been optimized to help prevent battery degradation. Nintendo has a history of using batteries to power game consoles, lithium-ion batteries in particular. Console battery life has been improving with successive generations. The Game Boy Advance SP has a 600 mAh battery, Nintendo DS 850 mAh, Nintendo 3DS 1300, Nintendo Switch has 4310 mAh, Nintendo Switch 2 has 5220 mAh. Incidentally, the Game Boy and Game Boy Advance system used dry cell batteries. In those days, if you ran out of battery while playing, you'd have to throw away the dry cell batteries and buy new ones. Battery life for Nintendo game consoles is continually improving. In the past, you had to use disposable dry cell batteries in order to keep playing. Boom. Great. Quiz time about batteries. Whee. Great. Let's do it. Question number 1. How much more capacity? 1.2. Question 2. Why is the console battery not supplied with too much power? To prevent degradation. What was used to power the Game Boy and Game Boy Advance? The desire to play. No, it's dry cell batteries. The desire. My strong desire to play kept the system alive. I wish. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? This lady keeps following me around. You've had a truly staggering number of insights. Perhaps I'll share some tidbits about the tech demos. Okay. Did you know that if you press and hold B during the HDR fireworks demo, you can launch a different kind of firework. In the Super Resolution demo, you can use R to toggle between images instantly. And lastly, in the HD Rumble 2 motorcycle demo, you can press L or R to honk the horn. Why couldn't I know that beforehand? To tell you the truth, I wasn't aware of those either. The staff just told me. I'm just gonna go around the perimeter in case any stamps come up. Stamps. It's a fan, right? Yeah. Fan. It's me. I'm a fan. Okay. Let's do this one. Boop, 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 boop. 4 things. Welcome back again, Bradley. Some electronic devices can heat up the longer they run. They can get particularly hot when performing fast calculations, communicating rapidly, or running while being charged. And using devices that are hot to the touch definitely isn't fun, but that's not the only problem. If the parts are too hot, the device itself may fail to work properly. Some parts could even break completely. To ensure this doesn't happen, the Switch 2 cools down parts in different ways so they don't get too hot. Electronic devices get hot. Nintendo Switch 2 has ways to keep itself from getting too hot. Yada yada. The Switch 2 console does its best to keep itself from heating up. One way it does this is with a built-in fan. The fan funnels air into the console and blows it at different parts. The hot air is then pushed out to keep things cool. The fan isn't always running, though. First, it uses the temperature sensor to check how hot the console is. If it's hot, the fan runs at a high speed. If it's not too hot, it only spins a little. At low speeds, the fan will be so quiet you can barely hear it. Try putting your ear up to the fan and listening for yourself. Switch 2 console is cooled with a fan. The fan is quiet while it's running at low speed. Lindsay, yes, welcome back. We're still here. The Nintendo Switch 2 console contains a circuit board. The components on the circuit board generate heat. These need to be cooled down. To do this, air flows to both the front and back of the circuit board. Both sides are directly connected via the air inlet. And the fan draws in air, ventilating both the front and back. And so the components on both the front and back of the circuit board can be safely cooled. Air flows to both the front and back of the circuit board. The fan also draws in air from the front and the back. Easy airflow. To cool the Nintendo Switch 2 console with air, the airflow needs to be as smooth as possible. With good airflow, the fan doesn't have to push itself to high speeds. Air inlets were made on the underside to let air straight in. They actually sliced a Switch 2 in half to show this. To show you this, they said slice it and then zoom in. At the outlet, the air comes straight out, unobstructed, thanks to this and the console's more powerful fan. The Nintendo Switch 2 provides roughly twice the airflow of Nintendo Switch. Air flows straight in and then straight back out. Nintendo Switch 2 console provides about twice the airflow of the Switch 1. Woo-wee! Quiz time. Doopy-doo. Quiz time. Heat dissipation. Question number 1. What happens to electronic devices? They get hot and sleepy. They get sleepy for sure. Which of the following is attached to the console to cool it down? Ice. They put a bunch of ice inside your console, guys. Where does the air flow over the Nintendo Switch 2 console circuit board to cool it down? The front and back. The front. The back. The air intake fan. I couldn't do the song. It's not a very appropriate song. Anyways, how much airflow does it have compared to the? It's about twice as much as the Nintendo Switch. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Bing. Great. Bing. Yay. But wait, there's more. Okay. I'll do it. Bing, bing. One thing about the Nintendo Switch 2 console system memory is that it's susceptible to heat. The system memory should be kept as cool as possible. That's why it's been positioned close to one of the air inlets. What's more, we made sure that it wasn't near the other parts that heat up. And there's one last thing. The wiring conducts heat easily because it's made of copper. So we gave the system memory its own spot away from any wiring. This reduces the transferred heat. And as a result, the system memory is protected from heat. Heat-sensitive parts are placed near one of the air inlets. A wiring-free space was created to prevent heat transfer. Wow. Inside the Nintendo Switch 2 console, it's normal for parts to get hot, but some parts are difficult to cool down with air alone. We used a couple different materials to solve this, the first being graphite sheets, and the second a substance called thermal grease, both of which are good at conducting heat. By using these, heat is evenly distributed across parts that get hot, so that they only become a little warm. Because a lot of air gets to this warmer area, the console can be easily cooled. The graphite sheets have been attached to plastic on the back, as well as to other parts such as the microSD Express memory card slot. A thermal grease, meanwhile, is used for the main computer. Distributing heat cools down the console. Graphite sheets and thermal grease help to achieve this. Did you know which part of the Nintendo Switch 2 console produces the most heat? It's the main computer, obviously, also known as the SOC. All this heat from the SOC needs somewhere to go, which is where the heat pipe comes in. It carries the heat to the air outlet. The inside of the heat pipe is a vacuum. There's a little water in there too. The water is heated by the SOC, turns into steam and moves toward the cooler side. Oh, I actually had no idea. This is pretty cool. Then when it reaches the air outlet, it turns back into water. You got your own little water cycle inside your Switch 2. And returns the SOC through a process called capillary action. This carries on over and over, transporting heat to the air outlet. This way, even the part that generates the most heat gets cooled down. The heat pipe transports heat to the air outlet. Water moves around inside the heat pipe. Bada bing, bada boom, we read it all. Done. Quiz time. It is water cool. I had no idea. Heat dissipation. Question number 1. What measure was implemented to prevent heat from transferring across the space? A set of curtains. Absolutely. No wiring was kept away. Question number 2. What heat-conducting substance is used to distribute the heat? Bacon grease. No, it's thermal grease. What moves around inside the heat pipe? Is a small amount of water. Check. Yay. Okay, great. That's wonderful. We got heat sink. So this is the thing. The heat pipe. Bing. Great. There's a quiz here. We'll come back to it in a second. But I wanted to see what the heck was going on up here. Because it looks like there's a thing to try over here. But first, the audio jack. And also this should be, yep. Great. We got our, oh wait. Oh. The other antenna. Great. I gotta appreciate, I feel like the person writing these quiz answers, they were having a lot of fun with it, which is great. The game card slot. That's nice. We got any more of them stamps? Got any? Oh. The other antenna. We have almost got them all. Speaker. Was it just one more? Oh, man. We got speaker right. Did we have speaker left? We must be missing that. Hold on. Let's just zip over there. It's got to be speaker left then, right? Get it? Yeah, there's our last stamp. Bing. How wonderful. So that opens up the next area. I didn't go in here yet, did I? So this isn't a game per se. A short 3D sound experience. Sound doesn't just play straight from the pair of speakers. The console does some calculations to make it sound like you're really hearing the 3D. Tech demo can be played with the console speakers or with a pair of headphones. Either works. You may hear sounds from places where there are no speakers. Try not to be alarmed. Let's try it out. Oh. Okay. Well. Let's just... Let's do this. Hold on. "3D sound." Just don't mind the microphone in the way here. Okay, wait. We're gonna transform this by... boop. Flipping it. You're flipped, son. 3D sound experience. Okay. Let's... I don't think you're gonna get the benefit of this. I don't think so. Well, great. Well done, it says. Yes, that's why. I just liked how it looked. It's fully that reason. I was just like... I just liked the look, I guess. I was like, that's fun. Wait. It did it. Hold on. Hold on. Look at this. It says... Tech demo's completed. Thanks for playing. How nice. How nice. Also, hey, Liam. I'm just gonna reply to a message real quick. Okay, sorry, just had to reply to that text. We flew a chopper. Yes. This is like surround sound. I don't know what to tell you. I think there is still... You overheard one more little game to test out here. A mini game. A swimming one. As you may already know, the Joy-Con left and right are equipped with mouse sensors. This means that you can use two mice at the same time. In this minigame, you'll be able to use two mice, one in each hand, and moving them to swim the breaststroke. Swimming as fast as you can to reach the goal. Sounds easy, right? Well, there's just one thing in this minigame. It's extremely difficult to swim straight forward. The trick is to make large, sweeping motions. That way you can propel yourself forward in bursts. Let's try it. There is that. There is that. Yeah, we're definitely not going for 100%, but I do want to try out everything. Okay. well. Come on. That's awkward. That's awkward. Okay. There we go. No. It's literally easier to swim in real life than this. Oh, wait. Yeah, try again. Okay, okay. One more try. Oh my gosh. Got it. Oh well. Well, we can almost 3 seconds. Okay, we can cut down the time. No. There we go. 9.03. Okay, we got it. We got it. We got it. We got it. Got it. So that was ridiculous. Float of frustrations. Bing. That was really fast. Great. Lovely. Yeah, that was wild. That was bonkers. Okay, there's a couple quizzes to do still here. But, mini games. Oh, right. We haven't done like the higher levels of the UFO one, I guess. Or this one, but, I think what we'll do is we'll just go and finish up the quizzes in this area. And then we're gonna call it a day. But let's do these. Do you know why the microphone is built into the console? Or maybe you're curious about the history. Yeah, let's quiz about it, huh? Let's quiz about it. All kinds of microphones. The Nintendo Switch 2 console does have a built-in microphone, but you can also use a different microphone if you'd like. For instance, you can plug a microphone into the audio jack, or you can attach it via USB port to the console or the dock. You can even plug it into the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro Controller's audio jack. You've got plenty of options, so feel free to take your pick. Whichever microphone you settle on, the chip will make your voice easy to hear. You can use a microphone of your choice. Your voice should be easy to hear no matter which microphone you use. Okay, great. Unless it's a PlayStation iToy, apparently. You might notice that the Nintendo Switch 2 console only has a single microphone. Sure, there are some devices out there that come fitted with 2 or 3. Having 2 or 3 microphones makes it easier to pick up a person's voice from a specific direction, but in TV mode, you're free to point the Nintendo Switch 2 dock in any direction you want. You're also free to speak anywhere in the room. This means that you don't need the microphone specifically pointing at someone. Also, Nintendo Switch 2 has a chip that makes it easier for it to pick up your voice, and it's customized specifically for games, so it can pick up your voice loud and clear. And that's why just a single microphone will be enough. One microphone is enough! Thanks to the chip and customization. The Nintendo Switch 2 microphone is built into the console, but we initially considered putting it somewhere else, like on the Nintendo Switch 2 dock, the Joy-Con grip, or the Joy-Con 2. The problem was the microphone would only be usable in TV mode if it was part of the dock. It wouldn't be usable in handheld mode if part of the grip. If we'd put it on a Joy-Con 2 controller, it would have made it harder for the microphone to pick up voices when you're using motion control. We wanted the mic to be easy to use. And we wanted this to apply whether you're using the console in handheld mode, TV mode, or tabletop mode, not to mention when you're using motion controls. That's why we decided to build it into the console. The console had a microphone that can be used in any mode. When it comes to voice chat, Nintendo has a long-standing history. You need only look back to titles like Pokemon Diamond and Pearl for Nintendo DS, Animal Crossing City Folk for Wii and its compatibility with the the Wii Speak accessory, Pokemon X and Y for Nintendo 3DS, Wii U Chat for Wii U, the Nintendo Switch Online Smart Device app for Nintendo Switch as of May 2025. Players have been able to use their voices in a lot of different ways. What's more, you could even talk with people far away using a light telephone released in 1971, exclusive to Japan. Nintendo has always striven to let you use your voice to chat, except for all of those times where they didn't. Of course. Nice, you read everything. Thanks, man. It's time to do a quiz now. Cool. Microphone. The microphone. Question 1. Which of the following devices can you connect a microphone to in order to more easily hear people's voices? That would be all of the above. Question number 2. How many microphones are built into the console? 1. 1 is enough, apparently. In which mode is the Nintendo Switch 2 console's microphone intended to be used? Any mode. All of the above. All the modes. What could you use to chat with when using the Wii Speak accessory? Telepathy. And your voice. What a strange question. It was telepathy. Cool. Very cool. Bing. Okay. Now, let's check this one. Console's memory. You'll get to find out the particulars of the console's memory, such as its speed. Okay. Let's check it out. Main memory versus system memory. There are 2 kinds of memory at play here. One is main memory and the other is system memory, internal storage. Both types of memory read and write data, but they're actually different from one another. Main memory is read from and written to faster, but the data is lost when the Nintendo Switch 2 console is powered off. System memory, however, has slower read and write operations, but the data is retained when the console is powered off. For that reason, the main computer uses main memory when it needs to read and write faster. However, it uses the console's system memory to store downloaded games. For example, the downloaded games on the console system memory are loaded into the main memory before the main computer begins to read and write. Each memory type does the work it's best suited for. Main memory is fast, but the data is lost when the system is powered off. System memory is slow, but the data is retained when the system is powered off. Interesting. The Nintendo Switch 2 console's main memory loads programs and data from the console's system memory. Main memory can also be used to store the results of the main computer's calculations. The Nintendo Switch 2's system main memory is 3 times larger than that of the Nintendo Switch systems. This can be used to display more character models and create larger worlds. The Switch 2 console's main memory can hold 3 times the data of the Switch consoles. Wow. Bing! The Nintendo Switch 2 console's main memory has twice as much circuitry as the Nintendo Switch's. It also has a method that lets it read and write data twice as fast. So compared to Nintendo Switch, the Nintendo Switch 2 console's main memory is up to 4 times faster. It's faster in many areas and is able to perform more calculations in the same amount of time. Not only that, but Ginny's awake. The Nintendo Switch 2 console's main memory is compared to that of a smart device. That said, on many smart devices, the main memory is found on top of the main computer. When it comes to Nintendo Switch 2, the main memory is located away from the main computer. This makes it harder for the main memory to heat up and allows for additional circuitry. It's designed to perform a lot of calculations. The Nintendo Switch 2 console's main memory is faster, she's so loud, faster than Nintendo Switch consoles. The main memory is located away from the main computer to reduce heat buildup. Ginny, good grief! Oh my gosh. When it comes to the console's main memory, data is written to the main memory. Data written to the main memory will be lost once the power is shut off. To prevent this data loss, the power must be supplied repeatedly. This is called refreshing. When it comes to Nintendo Switch 2, the data is not easily lost. It refreshes more than 200,000 times per second. The console's main memory is refreshed to ensure that no data is lost. It does this more than 200,000 times per second. Wow! Great, okay, well, quiz time. Let's try it out. Let's try it out. Question number 1. Which of the following reads and writes data faster but loses its data when the power's turned off? That's the main memory. Question number 2. Nintendo Switch 2 console's main memory can handle how much more data than the Switch consoles? That's 3 times the amount. Jeannie would be a terrible guard cat because she's actually just way too friendly. That's true. She loves people. The Nintendo Switch 2 console's main memory does not get hot easily because it's located far away from the main computer. She just wants attention is really what it is. How many times? It's, what was it? 2,000 times per second? Wait, how much was it now? It was an astonishing number of times per second. I'm just gonna say the 2,000 and hope that I didn't just bungle it. Unsuccessful. How many times was it? Hold on. It's the number. If it's 200,000, that is still astonishing. Yeah, let me through. Refreshing. 200,000 times per second. That is it. Okay. Let's try that quiz again. That's an insane number of times. 200,000 times per second? Okay, anyways. That's the main memory. Let's try this again here. 3 times the data. Stored away from the main computer. And now 200,000 times. There we go. Bing. Okay, great. Really? You're almost done with all the quizzes. I can't be stopped. Okay, console storage. Let's learn about it. 256 gigabytes. Plenty of things can be stored in the Nintendo Switch 2 system memory, from game save data and downloaded games to photos and videos taken with the capture button. It has a capacity of 256 gigs. That's 8 times more than the system memory of Nintendo Switch, 4 times more than the OLED model. This means it's easier to add games that take up more space. 256 gigs. What's fastest? When it comes to reading from and writing to the system memory, Nintendo Switch 2 works differently from the Switch 1, assuming a buffer size of 4 megabits. Or is it bytes? Megabytes? Megabits. Bytes or bits? I don't know. I'm just gonna say bytes. Nintendo Switch 2 can read and write roughly 8 times faster than its predecessor. However, some games may be doing more in the background than just loading. I swear I read this already. So the loading speed isn't guaranteed to be around 8 times faster. Also, out of all the storage mediums that hold game data, it's the system memory that can be read the fastest. It's even faster than the game card or micro SD Express memory card. Bam! Okay, great. Also, she links out a welcome to the end of the stream. We'll be wrapping this up in not a few quizzes. Nintendo's a long history of letting you save games in the form of downloads from the Wii, which had half a gig. Woof. The DSi, quarter of a gig. Wow. The 3DS saved to an SD card. The Wii U had 8 or 32 gigs. I have a 32 gig one. Nintendo Switch had 32 gigs or 64 on the OLED model. And let's not forget about the Satellaview, which saved to a 0.001 gigabyte memory pack. The peripheral for the Super Famicom lets you download games via satellite. We've offered you ways to download and save games for as long as Nintendo has been a household name. Nintendo has offered ways to download and save games for decades. Great. Quiz time. Quiz me up, baby. Bloom. Storage. Storage. How many gigs of system memory does the Switch 2 console has? We got that 256 gigs, baby. Which of the following is the fastest? It's the console's system memory. Which of the following services was the first? We're gonna say it was the Satellaview, I guess. Because Disk Writer was not included in the Insights things. Let's think, it definitely feels weird. It definitely feels weird. And I know it was all like virtual console games mostly, but still, man, wow. Okay, There's another quiz here. Let's learn about the operating system. Let's get operational. LPS totally awake. Good morning. Not every piece of Nintendo Switch 2 software is a game. The console comes installed with software that's always running in the background. This is called the OS. It's the operating system. The operating system helps game developers by making it easier to create games. It can also download software and update data while you're playing games. Find out what your friends are up to, send out notifications, and more. The OS quietly supports games in the background. The operating system, or OS, is a piece of software that comes installed on the Nintendo Switch 2 console. The OS is always running in the background. Nintendo Switch 2's operating system is dedicated to gaming. In fact, that's specifically what it was made for. Gaming. Operating systems found in smart devices and PCs are designed to do many things, but when an OS is dedicated to gaming, it focuses solely on gaming-related tasks. That's why it was designed to be small. This allows for more of the console's processing power and memory to be used on games. The Nintendo Switch 2 console is designed for playing games after all, so games are naturally prioritized. The Nintendo Switch 2 console has an operating system that's dedicated to gaming. Its small size allows games to use a lot of processing power and memory. Liam is off to bed. Good night, Liam. Have yourself a great rest of your day. Thanks for hanging out on stream today. Appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow. Inside the Wii U console, there's a Wii computer. This lets you play Wii games on the Wii U. However, the Nintendo Switch 2 console is different. You won't find a Nintendo Switch 2 computer inside. The Nintendo Switch 2 computer works differently from the Switch 1's. This means that Nintendo Switch games won't work as they are. Despite this, you can still play Nintendo Switch games on Switch 2. How is this possible? When you play a game, a Nintendo Switch game, the OS adapts it to the way the Nintendo Switch 2 console works. It does so by rewriting Nintendo Switch programs such as shader binaries on the fly. When you play a Switch game on the Switch 2 OS is rewriting things in the background. By the way, because you're playing a Nintendo Switch game on Nintendo Switch 2 which is not using the Nintendo Switch computer, you may notice some improved performance such as faster loading times and smoother gameplay. There is no Switch computer inside the Switch 2 console. The Switch 2 operating system rewrites Nintendo Switch programs. Fascinating. This isn't strictly related to the OS, but there are a number of different computers inside the Switch 2 console and its accessories. The main computer is just one of them. For example, the Joy-Con 2 controller and dock each contain their own computers. In fact, every single game card contains a computer. Not only that, each computer has its own software that runs on it. This software is called firmware. Because the Nintendo Switch 2 console is designed for playing games, we customize each piece of firmware to make it easier to use with games. In other words, each Joy-Con 2 controller, dock, and game card runs its own custom firmware. Nintendo game consoles have had their own operating systems for some time, ever since the Wii, in fact. Nintendo 64 and DS also have operating systems, but in these cases, the OS is mainly included in the game software. Since the release of the Wii, the OS has been installed on the console instead, running in the background. It has performed all sorts of functions to improve your gameplay experience. LPS also heading to bed. Alright, have a good night. Thank you for hanging out today. And we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, LPS. Always appreciate you. For example, why can't I read? Wii Connect 24 for Wii, Street Pass and Spot Pass for Nintendo 3DS. Miiverse for Wii U, rest in peace Miiverse, switching between TV mode, tabletop, and handheld mode on Nintendo Switch, and so on. Operating systems have been installed on Nintendo game consoles since the Wii. Great, alright, quiz time. If you've read all the insights, yes we have. Boom. Question number 1. What's the name of the software that comes installed? It's the it's the OS. What operating system does the Switch 2 console use? An OS dedicated for gaming. What allows the Switch 2 to play Nintendo Switch games? The operating system rewriting data in the background. Boom. What type of software runs the Nintendo Switch 2 computer? The Joy-Con controllers and other Nintendo devices. I guess that's T-Ware, right? And Streetwear. Sorry to cheat on me. Oh my gosh, Darren, how could you? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding you. We're almost done here anyways, so have yourself a good one, Darren. Appreciate you hanging out, and enjoy the other stream. With Alsa. Rhymes with salsa. No, I'm not kidding. See you, Darren. Appreciate you, man. Nintendo's been really using game consoles with operating systems installed since the release of the Wii. Boom. Great. That's a wrap. Okay. Now, I think there's one more quiz. Maybe two. But, what? Oh yeah, there's two more quizzes, but what's down here? Oh my gosh, there's a whole other area. Great. Yeah, I forgot. I did see this before. Okay. Hold on. Let's just... Before we go down there, we'll do these last two quizzes. Are you familiar with the SOC? GPU? Yeah, okay, let's learn about these things. Computer insights, yay. The main computer. What have we here? Why, it's the Nintendo Switch 2 console's main computer. It's known as the SOC, System on a Chip. SOC. The single chip has all sorts of capabilities. It acts as both the GPU, it acts as both the CPU and the GPU, handles video and sound, extracts compressed data, shows images on screen, and interacts with the main memory and system memory. Needless to say, it's a very important chip. The main SOC computer has all sorts of capabilities and functions and things. Within the Switch 2 console's main computer, there is a part called the CPU, that's the central processing unit. It calculates how characters move, switches from one scene to another. In short, lots of calculations happening here. Switch 2's console's CPU is several times faster than the CPU in the Nintendo Switch console. The faster the CPU is, the better it is at displaying lots of characters on screen, and the better it is at performing more complex motion. The CPU performs all kinds of calculations. The Nintendo Switch 2 console CPU is several times faster than the CPU in the Switch 1. That is the one I already read. We're just gonna... The GPU. Within the Switch 2 console's main computer, you'll find the GPU, the graphics processing unit. Its main purpose is to perform calculations for drawing images on the screen. The Nintendo Switch 2 console's GPU is several times faster than the GPU in the Switch 1. The faster the GPU is, the better it gets at generating more complex and detailed images. Note this video is purely for reference. Also, the GPU is where machine learning and ray tracing calculations take place. The GPU performs calculations for drawing images. Nintendo Switch 2 console's GPU is several times faster than the Switch's, of course. Great. Quiz time. Insights quiz. Insight the quiz. Main computer. Okay. Question number 1. What 3 letters are used to refer to the... It's the dog. No, it's the sock. Dog, hot, sock, cat. Which part? We're talking about... That's the CPU. That's the one that does the calculations. Which part does the graphics ones? The GPU. That's the G. G is for graphics. Cha-ching! Thank you very much. Okay. But wait, there's more. Man, you weren't even here before. You just set up shop. But okay, let's talk about ray tracing, I guess, or whatever. Okay. A sharper, more detailed picture. With the Nintendo Switch 2 console's main computer, sharper and more detailed images can be produced. This process is called super resolution. In games that support super resolution, the computer performs machine learning calculations that predict what kind of detailed pictures it should draw. This results in a clearer, more detailed picture. The process called super resolution produces a clearer, more detailed picture. That's great, thanks for that. I clicked the same one again. Inside the GPU of the Nintendo Switch 2 console's main computer, there's a place for performing machine learning calculations. This place contains what are called tensor cores. Using certain fixed patterns, tensor cores can perform multiplication and addition incredibly quickly. These operations are used to perform machine learning calculations. There are plenty of things that can be done with machine learning calculations. For example, you can make the game's picture clearer and more detailed. You can erase everything except the people from a camera's video feed, etc. The GPU has a place for machine learning calculations. It can perform multiplication and addition with incredible speed. Great. Ray tracing. Inside the GPU of the Nintendo Switch 2 console's main computer, there's a place that calculates ray tracing, which is a way of drawing images. This place contains what are called RT cores. RT cores can calculate whether or not there's light hitting polygons, and it does this incredibly quickly. In games that use ray tracing, these calculations can be used to simulate light reflections and make images look more realistic. Cool. The GPU has a place for ray tracing calculations. It can simulate light and reflections. C3PO, exactly. C3PO, for sure. For sure, 3CP, yeah, you know. Listen, question number 1. Through which process does the Nintendo Switch 2 console's main computer draw sharper, more detailed pictures? Super resolution! What a name, man. What does the part of the Nintendo Switch 2 console's GPU that can quickly perform addition and multiplication calculations? What does the part... Okay, hold on. Loose change, probably, right? What can be simulated with the Nintendo Switch 2 console's GPU ray tracing calculations? Light reflections. And, company management. Absolutely. Right. I think all of this information has fried my brain, to be honest. I feel like I'm like... My brain's turning to mush. It's just like information overload a little bit. Okay, hold on. We're just gonna use this here sort of fast travel-y thing. Go over to this quiz. I forgot about this one. 3D sound. Should be a quick one. Oh, I don't want to talk to that guy. Okay. 3D sound. When you play games that support surround sound on Switch 2, you can enjoy 3D sound, whether it's coming from Switch 2 console speakers or from a pair of headphones. This works not just for Switch 2 games, but Switch games as well. You might even hear a sound coming from places where there aren't any speakers. Great. When you're listening to 3D sound with headphones connected to the Switch 2 console, game sounds are processed to make it seem like they're coming from different directions. For example, if a sound is meant to be coming from the right side in game, you'll hear that sound in your right ear slightly sooner. The left-right balance is calculated to reach your ears at the right time. This means that there's a slight delay before the sound comes out of the left and right sides of the headphones. And that's not all. We use dummy head microphones to stimulate, we use the dummy head microphone to simulate how the sound changes based on several factors, including how it bounces around the external ear in a complex way, how it reverberates through the head, and so on. As a result, it will give the impression that the sound is coming from somewhere else. Great. Great. As for 3D sound coming from the Nintendo Switch 2 console speakers, it doesn't work the same way as it does with headphones. On a pair of headphones, sound from left and right can be played to each respective ear. In the case of speakers, though, you would still hear sound from the right speaker in your left ear and vice versa. The sound would mix and jumble, making it difficult to hear. So the console speakers employ a certain trick. They cancel out the sound that reaches your opposite ear. So when sound would reach your left ear, it plays from the right speaker. Complex signals play along with it to cancel that sound. As a result, sounds from the left will only reach the left ear, and sound from right will only reach the right ear. Cheeky sneaky. Okay, cool. A little quiz time. I'll try a little quiz from a little man. Right, question 1. To enjoy games with 3D sound on Switch 2, which feature must they be compatible? We need some surround sound, yo. When using headphones to listen to 3D sound on the Nintendo Switch 2 console, what happens to sound on either side coming from different directions? Their timing are offset. Interesting way to phrase it. When you're listening to 3D sound from the speakers of the Switch 2 console, signals are emitted to cancel what? Dinner plans. Sounds actually the opposite here. And also dinner plans. What happened to my reservation? Your Switch 2 canceled it. Because you were gaming. Ah, man. No refunds. Alright. That one's done. Okay, so there was... It was all the way down here, wasn't it? It was all the way down here. Jenny! She's right outside the door. And the door is not shut. Do you know how many parts there are on the Switch 2 console? Do you know anything about a circuit board? Are you new here? Okay, let's read things. I need some water. I've just been reading so rapid fire. Just... water is good for you. Okay. Many circuit board parts. On the Switch 2 console circuit board, there are twice as many parts as there were on the Nintendo Switch console circuit board. The most common type of part used is the capacitor. These are used to help maintain stable electrical signals. Since the Switch 2 console exchanges electrical signals at a much higher speed than the Switch console, I'm just grabbing the Joy-Con grip again, the slightest instability can cause it to stop working properly. Oh no! So what we did was use even more capacitors to ensure that the electrical signals were disrupted as little as possible. By enabling the exchange of stable, high-speed electrical signals in this way, Nintendo Switch 2 can run at high speeds. Switch 2 console circuit board uses twice as many parts of the Switch as the Switch's. The higher number of parts helps it operate at a higher speed. Makes sense. This is the circuit board inside the Switch 2 console. It's got a weird shape. It might seem like it's just a single layer at first, but this single sheet is actually made up of more than 10 layers. Each of these thin layers contains wiring that connects one component to another. The wires are a bit like the human nervous system. There are thousands of these wires on the console circuit board. Each layer uses a slightly different wiring layout. We designed it as if we were trying to solve a puzzle with our hands. Circuit board is made up of over 10 thin layers. Each layer has a different wiring layout. As you may already know, the circuit board for the Nintendo Switch 2 console has over 10 overlapping layers, thousands of wires. But the wiring isn't just about connecting all the components together. Other things need to be considered too. For instance, it's not possible to have wires crossing on a single layer. The wires had to be narrower than 0.1 millimeter to avoid overlap. The length of the wiring is important too. When an electrical signal runs through a wire, it's about as fast as the speed of light. Now consider the fact that this exchange takes place in a fraction of a billionth of a second. That's very fast. Squeeze! Thanks for hanging out. Have yourself a good sleep. Appreciate you being here. Especially all this overtime. We'll catch you later. When you have several wires sending data together, they all need to be the same length or else the signals will arrive at different times. So we had to make the lengths of each wire match, ensuring that the signals arrive at the same time. And one more thing. We made sure that the wires are not too long, as the signals could become too weak to reach their destination and not get too close to each other as the signals could get mixed up. Very fast signals run through the wiring. Measures are in place to ensure that the signals arrive at the right time without degrading or getting mixed up. Games use a lot of electricity. The Nintendo Switch 2 console typically is used to play games, so it's also likely to need a lot of electricity. Smart devices let you do much more than play games, but they consume less electricity. The amount of electricity that a smart device needs to run for a day would be used by Nintendo Switch 2 in about 3 hours. Incidentally, more than half of this electricity is used by the main computer, which is called the SOC. Because the Nintendo Switch 2 console typically runs games, it tends to use a lot of electricity. Wow. I didn't mean to press B there. Okay, let's do a quiz. Okay, volume 1. Question number 1. Which of the following consoles has more components on its circuitry? That's obviously Switch 2. Question 2. How many thin layers make up the Switch 2 console circuit board? Over 10. Ba-ding. How fast are the signals that travel through the wiring? The speed of a bullet train. No, the speed of light. Which part of the Nintendo Switch 2 console requires over half of its total power use? It would be the SOC, the main computer. Obvi. Ding, done. Great. Don't tell me there's a second part to this. Oh boy. I was like, I'm almost done. And then they're just like, actually, we got more quizzes. We actually have more quizzes here. There's more. Ding, ding, ding. Okay. Electromagnetic noise. Whenever there's an electric current running through the circuit board's wiring inside the Switch 2 console, there will always be electromagnetic noise present, and electromagnetic noise can sometimes interfere with nearby devices, which can cause them to not work properly. Electromagnetic noise doesn't easily penetrate metal, so to prevent a lot of it from escaping the console, we wrapped the areas where it's emitted in metal. For instance, take the main computer, the SOC. We encased the SOC in metal to prevent a lot of electromagnetic noise from getting out. Areas that emit a lot of electromagnetic noise are wrapped in metal to block them off. When the weather is dry and the temperature is low, you may feel a little shock when touching something metal. That is static electricity. If static electricity hits a game console, the console could stop working or become broken, and of course, we wouldn't want that to happen. So we've employed a few ideas in place where your fingers are likely to touch metal. The game card slot and the Joy-Con 2 magnetic connectors are two such places. For example, we added parts to soften the impact of a sudden jolt of static electricity, and spots that absorb it. These spots stop the static electricity from getting to parts that it might otherwise easily damage. The console is designed to prevent damage from static electricity as much as possible. Yay! The parts that encase the Nintendo Switch 2 console are made from two types of metals. These materials are very tightly attached to each other. One is magnesium alloy, shown in orange, and the other is plastic, shown in black. The magnesium alloy is on the inside, it's strong and robust, and also serves to reduce electromagnetic noise. Then there's the outer layer of plastic. Even when the unit gets hot, the plastic lets you touch the console without feeling the heat. We stuck these two materials together to make full use of them. The console itself is thinner than if we had made it entirely out of plastic, and there's more space on the inside too. Consoles encased in two types of material, magnesium alloy and plastic. We considered the strengths of these two materials when designing the console. On top of the Nintendo Switch 2 console, you'll find a USB-C Type-C connector. It can be used to charge the console's battery. This allows the system to charge while you're playing in handheld or tabletop mode, but that's not all. The USB-C Type connector can also be used to connect the Nintendo Switch 2 to console to the camera. The camera can be used when you're playing handheld modes, tabletop, handheld modes, all the modes. However, the USB-C Type-C connector cannot be used to connect the Nintendo Switch 2 dock. This means it's not possible to insert the console into the dock upside down. Here's a USB-C Type-C connector. The top of the console can be used to charge the console's battery or connect a camera, but not dock. Bradley, you're starting to drift. No, I believe in you, Bradley. Okay, let's try the quiz. Quiz time. Quiz sites. Volume 2. I really thought we would be done this by now. What is Nintendo Switch 2 console circuit board wrapped in to prevent electromagnetic noise from escaping? It's metal and a blanket. A metal blanket that's not flexible. When you touch the metal parts, what can be transmitted? It's static electricity. It's not good luck. You can't transmit that. The parts that encase the inside of the Switch 2 console are made of magnesium alloy. I hope that's what it was. Which of the following can you not do with the USB-C type connector on the top of the console? You cannot insert it into the dock. I seriously considered trying it, but it doesn't have the grooves and the indentations that the bottom part does. Perfect score. Ma'am, it can't be. You completed all the quizzes! Done. Finally. There's so many quizzes. But look, we got it. Way, yeah, we did it. Yay. Alright, now, I need to see what's in that hole. Sure. It was... Aw, shoot, no. Wait, Sure. I'm going in. What's in here? The final room. Ah, so you finally made it. You've almost completed the stamp rally. There are some stamps hidden down here, so take a look around. 3 stamps, I guess? The sock! The sock! Huh? The main memory. And I guess the other one would be the system memory, right? Oh, no, it's just both main memory. They both are. Did you get all the stamps? Let me check your map. Marvelous, they're all here! But it's not over yet. I have one last challenge for you. Are you ready to take on the Nintendo Switch 2? Welcome to our final quiz. 13 questions. Oh boy. Okay. Here we go. What is the name of the mechanism that attaches the Joy-Con 2 controllers to the console? The magnetic connector, I guess, right? I hope. Question number 2. How many USB-C Type-C connectors? 2 of them for the Switch 2. What is the name of the button on the Joy-Con 2 controller that opens Game Chat? It's the C button. Which of the following parts has a stamp that can be found in the Joy-Con 2 area? HD Rumble 2 it would be. Those, because the other ones are not for the Switch 2. The mouse has feet on a Joy-Con 2 strap attached to a Joy-Con 2 controller. Effect in what way? They help it move around. And they give it sentience. They give it sentience for sure. Okay, we're almost done this here stream. Which of the following is present on the Nintendo Switch 2 dock? The dock, an HDMI port. What happens when you turn the slider for the Switch 2 camera's privacy shutter? The lens is covered up. Which of the following parts has a stamp that can be found in the Joy-Con 2 left inner area? The Joy-Con 2 left inner area, so that would be the capture button, because the other ones are all on the right Joy-Con. What is located right in the middle of the Joy-Con 2 grip? The Nintendo Switch 2 logo. Right in the middle of it. Yeah. Which of the following cannot be found on the Pro Controller? The SL, SR buttons. What is the shape of the Joy-Con 2 wheel? Is this a trick question somehow? It's circular. I'm glad I could make it to the end of Bradley's workday. Hell yeah! Which of the following is located at the very end of the Nintendo Switch 2 console inner area? The sock. This this exhibition commemorates the release of which Nintendo console? That's the final question. Nintendo Switch 2. Please tell me I didn't screw this up. Hallelujah. You passed the final quiz. What a success. The stamp rally is now complete. Thanks for playing, it says. Oh, right, I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? My apologies. Let's correct that. Not to brag, but I actually play a fairly important role in this exhibition. I'm its curator. Nice job making it this far. This is the deepest level of the Nintendo Switch 2 console inner area. I know you've explored many different areas before winding up here, but were there any particular exhibits that left an impression on you? Needless to say, these sprawling grounds are an important part of the exhibition itself. I'm so happy you explored every corner so thoroughly. Mind if I take a look at your map? Been all over the exhibition hall. Thanks for making it all the way here. I hope you'll continue to enjoy the space. We've done it. Okay, so we got all the maps, or not all the maps, all the stamps, I should say. We've done all the tech demos, and got all the stamps. So we've got most of the game done. There's a few mini games where it's like I didn't do the higher difficulty of it, and that's fine. And we got all the lost items too, so that's it. I think we're gonna just call it a day here. I don't think I'm gonna do a third stream to complete all those mini games, fun as they are. That's gonna be it. Tomorrow, we're gonna play some games on here. On the, I think we're gonna play some, a specific one, in fact. A specific game on there. So I'll schedule it right after this. But I want to play Wind Waker. That's what I decided. So anyways, friends, that's it for me today. Have yourselves a great rest of your Tuesday. Have a great rest of your week. I'll see you tomorrow if you can make it. And final thanks goes out to all of these names that are about to scroll on by on screen. Thank you all so much for being here. I appreciate you guys. Have a great rest of your day. Bye-bye.